Good morning and welcome to Elk Grove Unified School District's special board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special board meetings, the public may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on the general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that the district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. And now I will read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community. And now, we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And it says, Gina will select the choice to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Do I have a volunteer? Okay. Thank you, Anne.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and now I would like, on this side, to introduce Mr. Hoffman, who will give us an overview of the day.
Thank you, Madam President. Very excited about today. Today's one of the workshops are always, special board meetings are always important, built into the year. But the topics that we're dealing with today are really important with the work that we are currently doing and work that we'll be doing moving forward. So our continued focus on reducing exclusionary discipline, that report, we do that twice a year. So this is a mid-year report, not the final for the school year, but it will be a highlight of the work that we're doing. Lots of work to still do, and the team will share the progress we're making and where we're headed with regards to our exclusionary discipline work. The facilities update will be really kind of exciting as we're working through this process. A lot of it will be with regards to making sure we have clear definitions on some of the key components of the work. So things like facility master plan, facility condition assessments. We want to make sure that the board understands that those processes as well as our community. So and an opportunity to kind of see how we're working through that process. And then the third topic is social emotional learning. Again, really good opportunity to share work that's being done at our school sites across the district and making sure that we're all on the same page and understanding what social emotional learning actually is. And so some very clear definitions on the work that we're doing, because sometimes there can be some misconceptions of what social emotional learning is. And we want to make sure the board, our community, everybody's on the same page with regards to that work. And then we'll be in a closed session, continuing our work with regards to our negotiation work, specifically the comparability study. A lot of progress made and a lot of work done, and the team will bring in some information for you today as we take the next step. So looking forward to a very productive day.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and call on Dr. Bindi Grail to talk about the reducing exclusionary discipline.
Good morning, Board President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Board Policy 5144 titled Discipline notes that staff will annually provide a discipline data report, and today we're presenting mid-year discipline data and related information. We will also provide an end-of-year report in August, exceeding our policy requirements. So today's report follows the same format that we've used previously. Our purpose in doing so is the board and other interested education partners, they're accustomed to the presentations as they are data and information rich. Board questions and comments from previous presentations have been used to refine our presentation today. And in past presentations, we've invited principals to share specifics about their school climate, student behavior, discipline, parent outreach, and alternatives to exclusionary discipline. This time, we've invited several department directors who will be sharing information about how our schools are being supported, reinforcing the strong collaboration that exists across education, services departments, and elementary and secondary education. Our intent today is to provide the board a comprehensive picture of the district and school-based actions and resources being deployed to support student behavior and to be sure our schools remain physically and emotionally safe learning environments. As a reminder, the foundation of our approach to student discipline is that it's viewed as an educational opportunity rather than a punitive consequence. Our belief is that clear behavioral expectations that are understood by all students and staff are reinforced equitably with consistency and fidelity and build upon relationships and develop students' academic behavior, social, emotional skills, and capabilities. We appreciate this opportunity to share today's information, and we look forward to the resulting discussion. And as I mentioned, we're going to go over the guiding principles that Chad will start and the data, then our successful practices, and then our directors from different departments will join us.
Good morning. So this slide represents what our guiding principles are when we're speaking about exclusionary discipline. And in our responses to behavioral incidents, we're wanting to make sure that we're educationally restorative versus being punitive. It's necessary to eliminate disproportionality when we're talking about exclusionary discipline. While we're reducing exclusionary discipline, we have a positive relationship with increased student connectedness to class and school and their achievement. And then our foundational expectation is to ensure that all classroom behavior is conducive to learning and maintaining school safety. And with that, we're going to introduce Richard Gutierrez and Martin Fine to review some of our data at the midpoint here. It's working.
Thank you. You're going to use this one. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for having us. For the data sections this morning, we will be showing certain statistics commonly used when reporting on suspension data. First, we will review the number of suspended students. This is the number of students who received one or more suspensions for an ed code violation. And then we'll look at the numbers of suspensions where we count every suspension incident that occurs. So the first one is a student count. The second one is an incident count. So our first table today shows mid-year number and percentage of suspended students. We have comparison, two-year comparison, this year and last year mid-year. For each year, we look at 3 data points: enrollment, number of suspended students, and percentage of suspended students. And then along the left-hand side, we look at the district as an overall, and then the 3 segments: elementary, middle, and high school. Within each one of those, we have 3 targeted subgroups: our African-American subgroup, foster youth, and students with disability. So we'll start with the district in the middle column of last year, the number of suspended students, we started with 1,211 suspended students last year, or 1.9%. Compared to this year, we're at 1,491, which is an increase of 280 suspended students. Our African-American subgroup grew by 41 from 405 to 446. Foster youth saw a slight decrease from 31 to 25 this year. And then students with disabilities so far this year, last year at 354, now at 432, an increase of 78. For elementary schools, this year, out of the 33,165 students, we've suspended 174 students, or about 0.5%, compared to 150 last year. So there's 24 student increase. Our African-American population grew by 12, up to 63. Foster youth saw a slight increase of 3, and students with disabilities went from 64 suspended students last year to 71 this year.
Continuing in the same with the other two segments for middle school and high school, we also saw an increase from last year from 485 to 602. That is an increase of 117 with our middle school overall. With our African-American group, we had 155, 22, 23. We also had a slight increase to 167. That is a 12. That's a plus 12 increase students suspended for this year. With our foster youth, we had a +1 increase, and with our students with disability, we saw a +23 increase this year versus last year. Out of high schools, we also had a slightly increase overall from 538 mid-year 22-23 to 668. That is a +130 increase at the high schools. With our African American, we had a +9 increase. And with our foster youth, a slight decrease with -9. Students with disability, we had 149, 22, 23, with a slight increase of 44 to 193 for students with disability at the high schools. On our next slide, there's a visual representation graphic as the overall work from 2019, 2020 to 23-24 with students, with suspended students overall. You don't see here 20 and 21, that is a COVID year, so we excluded them. But you can see that how overall for the first semester, we have had a decrease with a slight increase this year. You can see at the very end that there is a kind of like within parentheses, a plus 0.1% is only a decimal of a percentage. With our foster youth and with our African American, the same is a 0.7 fraction of a percentage, 7%, and then increase plus with our student with disability, a fraction of decimal of 0.9. And overall, with our EGUSD, a 0.4 decimal percentage increase. And this is again students suspended. The next slide, you see students by ethnicity overall, as well as from 1920 to 23-24. Again, this is mid-year, and they are broken down by ethnicity. Our very first one that you see there are our African-American students with a 0.7 overall increase. And then we go down to our American Indian with a minus 0.2, minus 2.3%. And then our next group are Hispanics with a 0.5 increase percent. 2 and more who have declared 2 and more is a 0.1%. Overall, with the EGUSD, it is a 0.4. We have that overall percentage is there on the previous slide. With our Pacific Islanders, we have a 0.5% increase, and with our white, 0.6%. With our Asian, a 0.3%, and with our Filipino group is a 0.3%. And again, this is just a mid-year report, and you do not see COVID year, which is 2021 here. This next slide, it is a specific group of students. We have our foster there with a 0.1 increase. We also have our homeless with a 2.7% increase from previous year. And then we have our students with disability with a 0.9%. And we have our socioeconomic disadvantaged students with a 0.5. And our district 0.4, and then with our EL a 0.3 plus there as well. So this is just a slightly increase with the fractions of the with percentage fractions.
So this next table shows mid-year number and rate of suspension incidents. Now, this is different from the first table that showed students. This illustrates the number of incidents that students from the first chart were suspended for. So there's more incidents typically than students suspended because some students, break ed code more than once and unfortunately are suspended more than once. But following the same structure, excuse me, looking at last year, the number of suspension incidents were 1,671. That grew this year to 2,084, which is an increase of 413. Excuse me. In our African-American subgroup, we grew by 50 to a total of 653 this year. Foster youth saw a decrease again from 53 incidents last year to 34 this year. It's a decrease of 19. And students with disabilities saw an increase of 92 incidents this year from 565 to 657. In our elementary schools, we also saw an increase this year. Having 240 incidents was 26 more than this time last year. Our African-American subgroup grew as well from 75 to 96, about a 20 incident increase. Foster youth grew by 3. And students with disabilities went from 108 to 126, a slight increase of 18 incidents.
Continue with the next two segments of schools, middle schools. We also had an increase from 737 to 929. That's 182 incidents more. With our African-American subgroup, we had a slight increase of 10. And with our foster youth, we had a -5, so that we had a decrease with our foster youth. With our student disability at the middle schools, we had from 234 from 22-23 to 260, that is an increase of +26. Out of high schools, overall, from 681 this time last year to 865, that is an increase of 184 more incidents. With our African-American students, 249 to 259, that is a +10 increase. With our foster youth, we have from 80 to -16, giving us 56. And with our student with disability, that an increase +43 more incidents. And again, this is a visual representation of the previous data. This is incidents, suspension incidents by our SDMR group, which you can see here is a -38 with our foster youth percent, 3.8%. With African Americans, a 0.9 plus 0.9. And then with our student with disability, it is a +1%. And overall EGUSD is a +0.66%.
Sure. Excuse me. This next slide provides a good visual representation of how we respond to certain behavior violations. Excuse me. So on the right side of the screen, you can see the various violations that happen, behavior violations in descending order from the number of incidents. And on the left side, you can see how those were responded to. So the orange, excuse me, the orange makes up the exclusionary discipline or suspension. The blue is other means of correction, and the teal color are the teacher-managed violations. And so you can clearly see some of them. Fighting, for instance, use or possession of drugs, pretty much met, mid to high 80% range that we respond to with a suspension, versus things like technology violations, lying, cheating, dress code violations, things that are handled more in the classroom or by other means of correction. So to continue with our our responses to our behavioral incidents, overall this year, mid-year, 8% of our violations received a suspension. It's the same last year. 91% received an alternative to suspension. And of that 91%, 44% received a teacher managed response and 47% receiving other means of correction. When we presented in August, many of you had questions about really what does that mean? What's teacher managed? What's other means of correction? So we wanted to just share a few to give you an idea of things that the teachers do and that admin may do. So on the teacher managed, most of them are minor incidents. They may have, simply talk with the student or use a buddy room for a timeout. They'd have a parent conference. They might adjust where the student is seating or the type of seating that the student has. And then there's, everything from MTSS and counselor referrals to, referring for academic needs. With other means of correction, our admin teams would also talk with the student, hold a conference. They'd involve the parents. They may have restorative conversations. Sometimes it's met with detention or student contracts. Once again, using the MTSS process for sure, and or referral to a wellness provider like MHT or behaviorist, et cetera. Other things that they may employ are the check-in, check-out, a la PBIS. There might be some incentives that we have for kids, lunch with the principal, or, like a star chart, if you will, when many of you may have done with your own kids when they were little. So current practices that we employ in the district and the school levels, we have various trainings for staff and admin teams. Every time we come together with our admin teams, we talk about their practices and we try to collaborate and calibrate those responses. We have rolled out the restorative practices official training. You'll hear about more of that a little later. We still talk about social emotional learning, and there's trainings around that. Crisis prevention and intervention is something that most of our schools are signing up to get trained for. And then the rich work that we've done the last few years with diversity, equity, inclusion, and the instructional framework around high quality instruction still continues.
Continuing with our current continuous practices that support our campuses in regards to supporting students to achieve a better academic and focus on reducing suspensions on our campuses is the use of the discipline matrix with fidelity. I can tell you that in the past years, our principals and vice principals, they get calibrated with a matrix that we use it. We in our meetings, when we visit our schools, we see our vice principals collaborating with themselves, kind of like just making sure that they're following the matrix, and they are kind of just following the inconsistency, the levels of the matrix. Consistent implementation of tier 1 multi-tier systems of support, which we also hear later on today in regards to what that looks like. Interventions and alternatives to suspension, including restorative practices, wellness centers, and wellness providers. Yesterday, I went to a site and I talked to the principal there, and I noticed that he doesn't have any teacher suspensions in his campus. So I asked him what is working, and he said, "Well, wellness center. They have a very unique process in regards to how they refer students and how they support students, and then how they work together with the teachers." So that is great things that are happening in our campus, kind of like in those wellness centers. Use of tier 2 practices to identify primary causes of student behavior, regularly monitoring disintegrated school data. So that's another thing that we do with our vice principals. When we have them, we kind of bring data, we have them bring data, we have them sit down and discuss the data and see what practices that they use at each different site to make sure they calibrate it and they kind of take it one and share one, kind of like a tool for them to use. And of course, all of this has to do, of course, with the additional ESSER funded staffing that we have. Many of our sites are really taking advantage of those extra fundings and have people on our campuses that support our students. Improve focus on instruction and connection to social emotional learning with SEL. I think we'll learn a little bit more about that as well. Connect students to campus. We are working with our activities directors, with athletic directors, making sure that our PBS coordinators make sure that they are aligning their ESLers or the visions in regards to connecting us to campus. Expand the voice of our in decision-making via student equity councils, like student unions, student governments. That is something that also we encourage in our sites to do. Connect with families to build relationships in order to support their understanding of school culture and expectations. With this, we just gave you a little segment about what you're about to learn from our different interdepartmental supports that we have here on our campus. You're going to find connections. We have from Curriculum and Person Development, Larry Blomquist, and then we have the Education Equity, Corey Jones, following to Ms. Lisette Lemay from Family Community Engagement, and then Anne Regal for Special Education. In School and Support Health Services, Mr. Don Ross. So we're going to hear from them today, and then we'll indulge with questions after them. So, Ms. Lorraine.
Thank you. So we have an esteemed professor of education, Dr. Madeline Hunter, and she said that for behavior management, one of the best factors that we could possibly consider is a well-crafted lesson plan. So when we think about the instructional framework, we think about and behavior, we think about what it makes a difference for kids when we tell them what's in it for them, and having kids know what they're going to be learning and what success looks and sounds like, and having a really active place for them to be, and being able to solidify learning through talking. And so that's why the instructional framework is so important for behavior management. And then when we pull back and we have an assessment system where we have interim assessments that look at key places throughout the year where we identify what students know, and then we can identify then what our moves are, instructional moves as far as intervention or acceleration. And we look at what do our teachers need in order to support them. So we have the systemic supports in place. Our gathering of information of where are we with implementation with our instructional framework, that font piece that we have in place. And then how do we have strategic professional learning? So those are those systemic systems as it relates to curriculum. Now, training can't be a one and done. So that's why we have ongoing. It's that recursiveness that has to keep happening. So while we have those required trainings that for the instructional framework, and we were here a month or so ago, we just finished 1 month all of our scheduled school trainings, but that's not enough. So we have instructional framework 2.0, 3.0 planned, and we've got professional development series. It's happening at the site level. It's happening at grade level teams, professional learning communities at the department levels. We have them school-wide expectations. We're working with principals. We're working with our pre-service is happening. We have people in place to make sure that this is working. We have with our principals that we are setting them up for success as instructional leaders. We're giving them resources. We have content area program specialists who can work with our different content areas. We have both instructional coaches and we have content and curriculum specialists to make sure that sites are set up for success. We have multi-department collaboration that you see evident here. We have facilitators of instructional teams so we can create leaders at the teacher level. And what I failed to list there was we also have invested in academic intervention teachers. So we have people taking those interim assessment data and then being able to work with the students to make sure that they're getting what they need. So that's that piece where when students know that we're invested in them, that helps with behavior. So let's turn it over to Mr. Corey Jones and speak to the educational equity.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to share how the Equity Department is supporting the move towards student discipline. We have been able to provide a number of workshops and professional development, first around our restorative practices rollout, which we have completed, have completed the Monterey Trail region by the end of this semester. We did Monterey Trail, Irene B. West, and Harris Middle School last semester. And we are finishing this semester with, you're going to make me remember the three schools, Herberger, Case, and the other elementary school in Monterey Trail is escaping me right now, but we are doing that right now. So the restorative practices workshop consists of a number of different workshops, both at the site administrator level. So we train site administrators separately before the rollout comes to their school to kind of orient them on some of the elements of this rollout, and how specifically in this instance it can impact school-wide discipline and their practices. We also support implementation teams for each site so that we can grow and have kind of champions at each site to support the rollout. And we also have site trainings where the vast majority of the site, definitely the classroom teachers are there. And there are 4 sessions of that, including topics around empathic listening, effective communication, and restorative dialogue, specifically a way to support staff at knowing how to support students and not just building their skill on how to support students before behaviors exist, during behaviors, and after behaviors. And our equity coaches are a big part of co-facilitating all of those workshops with the site administration and the site teams. Our coaches have developed epic model debriefs. So if you remember, part of the DEI support was that every staff member in the district was going to go through some epic modules. All of that was done asynchronously. So the equity coaches developed some debriefs that could be done at sites that would give folks an opportunity to come together in person to kind of be able to talk and synthesize some of that information. Topics of the EPIC modules are impact of microaggressions and compassionate dialogue, beyond he or she, how to talk about race, what is implicit bias, and becoming racially and ethnically conscious. Oftentimes during these debriefs, how to interact not only with students, but with staff and families, how we talk to them, how we support them, which directly goes to students and supporting them with their discipline. Once again, equity coaches created those and offer those to sites whenever they can. We have also been involved at supporting sites around bullying and harassment. Sites have oftentimes asked their equity coach how specific incidents or specific types of incidents can be handled, and how a site can address instances around bullying and harassment. And I'll be honest, the approach that we have taken is to really focus on building the community and the connectedness at the school. That tends to become at the root of much of bullying and harassment, particularly amongst students. So equity coaches have taken the lead at sites when asked to support site staff at being able to do some specific things at addressing connectedness and belonging with the students at their school. Things like identity mapping lessons and exercises. So equity coaches will work with specific teachers on how can we create some lessons and some opportunities for students to be able to talk about the many intersectional identities that they have in the classroom and build an environment where you can have these conversations and students can get a chance to understand their classmates on a different level. Community building circles. Those are also strongly connected to a lot of the restorative practices work, but teaching a staff member, a teacher, how to conduct a community building circle in their classroom, how to set it up, modeling, supporting them at planning, those things, once again, to really focus on the connectedness of the students. As well as how, as a staff member, particularly a teacher, how do you build a positive relationship with a student? There's still a positional and a hierarchical kind of position with teachers and students that we know and needs to exist. So how do you communicate? What words do you say? When do you say them? And really kind of breaking down and providing staff an opportunity for how do you do that? Before there's a behavior incident, during a behavior incident, how can you kind of make sure you are still keeping the tenets of building those positive relationships as you're addressing discipline that happens in schools? And then afterwards, when you are reintegrating a student that may have been removed from the classroom for discipline, how do you do that? What words do you say? What's your body language? What's your tone of voice? So really focusing on those opportunities. We also have support student-led programming out of the equity department. And we have Black student unions at all 9 of the comprehensive high schools, as well as the middle schools. We have them at multiple elementary schools, which the elementary school BSU is kind of growing as we're supporting sites to kind of reformat the structure of BSUs to fit the elementary level. We have Young Men Rising programming that is being led by equity department staff at several of the schools, as well as we have one individual that's supporting this. So obviously they can't be at every school, but also supporting schools at being able to develop their own young men of color programming and supporting site staff to be able to lead some of that work. And we have Native American clubs at a few of the high schools and middle schools around the district, also being supported by our Native American coordinator who's out of the equity department. We have student equity councils at 6 elementary sites, 4 middle school sites, and 8 high school sites, once again giving students an opportunity to express their voice and agency. And when students feel heard, discipline research would show tends to be reduced as a school is able to incorporate actually what the students say they need and want. We've also, the equity department staff has also engaged in many conversations with district folks around trying to support sites at creating a Tier 1 MTSS team. So you might have heard of Tier 2 MTSS team, the Tier 2, Tier 3 level, you're looking at specific individual students that are needing some targeted support. A Tier 1 MTSS team focus would be like school-wide. What's happening school-wide? We're looking at school-wide data. Some of the data you might have seen earlier here today at a school-wide level or a segment-wide level, large groups, and what can the school do to address some of these challenges so that they don't escalate up needing specific individual support. So we've been having conversations about how to support sites at creating those teams so that those teams can begin to really disaggregate what's going on at their site and really try to create some plans to address those, and equity support can be provided for that as well. And next, I'll be passing it to my very esteemed colleague, Ms. Lisette Lemay.
Good morning, Madam Board President, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. Thank you for an opportunity to come and share how FACE contributes to all of the great work that you've already heard. So adding to what my colleagues have shared so far, FACE continues to work collaboratively across departments and offices to provide various training opportunities and services for families and staff that help with establishing authentic relationships between home and school, ensuring basic needs are met, and providing strategies to families that help them support their students academically, social, emotionally, behaviorally, and with understanding the importance of regular school attendance. A lot of the strategies and supports listed on this slide you've heard before, and then some of them are fairly new. So indulge me for just a minute. Our Chronic Absenteeism Task Force meets regularly to review attendance data, current research, and best practices to strategize how best to support sites with establishing foundational strategies that promote better attendance for all students, including practices that promote feelings of connectedness, because research out of Harvard and elsewhere shows students who feel a sense of belonging are more likely to show up and act out less. We continue to offer parent-teacher home visit training to staff. We know the practice of conducting visits in families' homes and getting to know them on their own turf is transformative and goes a long way toward building trusting relationships. To date, from summer until now, there have been 3,700 home visits conducted across our district. Our Family and Staff Wellness Series continues to provide workshops on various topics in collaboration with our district wellness providers, psychologists, our visual and performing arts program specialists, and others across the district. In these workshops, families and staff explore ways to manage their own stress and anxiety as well as that of their students. We also have our family affinity groups, Families of Black Students United and Santuario de Mariposas, which is our Spanish-speaking group. These groups meet regularly to provide families a safe and familiar space to build community. Again, that sense of connectedness and belonging is powerful and goes a long way toward building understanding so that some conversations that need to happen can happen. We have 2 family wellness groups that are focused on bringing moms together. One is Café con Leche and the other is Chai Bama. These family wellness groups bring together moms who otherwise would be disconnected from the school and the community. It could be due to language barriers, due to the fact that they're newcomers to the country and our school system. In these meetings, some things that are covered are basic needs, connection to community resources, job skills, and learning English as a second language. And again, these are all needs that are brought forth by families. We have caregiver cafes. This is another opportunity for families to come together in a supportive environment to engage in structured, facilitated conversations where they share their expertise and learn from and with each other about topics of high interest and concern. Each cafe has a specific theme that the conversation is built around. First cafe is taking place on February 7th at James McKee Elementary School. This is in partnership with our SPED department, and the theme of this particular cafe is Parenting as a Labor of Love, and it's specifically for families of students with disabilities. We also have our Sacramento Food Bank and food distribution events that just recently started. This is a collective and collaborative effort between the SAFE office, FACE, Calvine High School, and of course the SAC Food Bank. So this effort bridges a resource gap in the Monterey Trail region where families have a harder time accessing either food bank, whether it's SAC Food Bank or the Elk Grove Food Bank. And so having this centralized distribution event allows our families to access, again, basic needs. So on January 18th, the first event was held and 201 families were provided fresh produce, protein, grains, non-perishable food items, and ready-to-eat meals. We know that when our basic physiological needs are met, students are better equipped to focus and access learning and behavioral expectations. We also continue to provide professional learning opportunities for staff that help address mindsets, bias, and stereotypes. Again, with all of this collaborative work, we want to ensure that it's effective. So after all of these workshops and learning opportunities, we survey our families and staff to make sure their needs are met, but to also hear from them of what else they might, what additional topics they might want to hear about. So all of these collaborative efforts draw on all of our areas of expertise and ultimately help build and strengthen foundational needs and skills that promote regulation, responsiveness, and respect. And with that, I will turn it over to my esteemed colleague. See if I hit the right button. Anne.
Good morning, Board President Jameson, Superintendent Hoffman, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to share what we are doing to turn the tide and have students stay in their learning environment, meaningfully engaged. To begin, we have added 9 new behaviorists, and those behaviorists are not just providing direct service to students, but they're working with, as my colleagues have said before me, they're collaborating with the people who are working with those kids. And that could mean yard duty people, that could mean paras, that could mean teachers, but collaborating to make sure that students are engaged. In response to our significant disproportionality, we've developed an early intervention services plan to provide pre-referral, multi-tiered systems of support to address early intervention, whether that's in the gen ed setting or it's through the IEP. Ideally, though, we are targeting students who might be at risk prior to identification of a disability. We've increased communication among site administration, case managers, and program specialists, basically to ensure that if a child is being identified as for some sort of exclusionary discipline, there's a meeting so they can connect and see how can we better support the student? Does the student require additional supports through the IEP, or could this be something that could be addressed through tier 1 or tier 2 interventions? We have increased our crisis prevention intervention training. So we have provided over, I think, 200 site admin and site certificated and classified staff have taken the de-escalation cycle management training. And again, this is to help them better identify triggers and stressors prior to those maladaptive behaviors that tend to cause or result in exclusionary discipline. And lastly, we have increased our parent training, our parent behavior training. Well, let me rephrase that. We're not training parents in their behavior. We're training parents on how to address their student behavior. Our January Community Advisory Committee meeting featured Mariah Brazel and Kalisa Beasley, two of our behaviorists who provided a training for parents to address home-to-school behaviors and school-to-home behaviors. That's about it. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. Much like CPL, we kind of organized the supports that we provide through Student Support and Health Services in 3 ways. So we took a look at system support, how we support the system, and then training support, how we get that training to our staff, and then finally that direct support to our students and staff. So under system support, you're going to see those bullets. The majority of those bullets are really going to be aligned with PBIS, right? And so those are foundational to PBIS. So I'll go over those briefly, but in the future, you are going to be receiving a PBIS update and have a chance to dig in deeper with each of these items. As was mentioned before, we do have tier 1 and tier 2 teams. So through PBIS and through that foundation, we've kind of set the expectation for what those teams should look like, right? So every site, you have these members on your team. This is the function of what they do at those meetings, the process in which they meet. So in a previous board meeting, I talked about that TIPS process, how we problem solve together, and how frequently you should meet. And so that's set up for the district, and we support that with and I'll get into that, with our various wellness providers and with our program specialists who are connected to each of those sites. Along with that, school-wide expectations, it was mentioned before, very important that students understand the expectations. If they don't understand the expectations, then they're going to probably violate those expectations or run into some consequences. So we set the guidelines for that and support them. What are your school-wide expectations? We can help you set them up. How are they taught in the classroom? How are they taught across different settings at the school site? So we provide that guidance. Site discipline matrix, that was also mentioned earlier. So that is, each school site sets up what should be teacher managed and what should be administratively managed as far as student behaviors go, so that there's consistency across the school, how those things are handled. And so again, our folks help support that and with those teams. We have our discipline data review, so that tier 1 team, one of their jobs is to help the site look at discipline data regularly, and then identify areas that may need additional support. So maybe there's an issue on the playground. How do we address that? Are we teaching our expectations? Those types of things. We do have 2 bullying prevention techniques or strategies within our district that are part of PBIS: stop, walk, and talk at the elementary level, and expect, respect at our secondary level. And then not part of PBIS in a sense that it's not foundational to it, but we recently received a grant for calming corners. We just received that grant. So we'll be looking at how to implement and utilize calming corners in our classrooms. So in a calming corner is a place for a student to go in the classroom to be calm, to regulate their behavior. There'll be things that they can use to help regulate their behavior. So we'll set the expectations for that and the guidance and the training around those calming corners. And then, as Ann mentioned, as part of the SACE report, we developed guidance around student study teams and what those should look like. And that went out to our elementary, is currently going out to our elementary folks. So that, again, we have that consistency across the district as to what our student study teams do and look at and how they perform and their outcomes. Why is it moving? Oops. There we go. Training support, the majority of that no, I wouldn't say the majority of the training. A lot of that support that goes out in as far as training goes is related to the systems. How can we support your system? How can we improve the system for you? So we do every year, there's positive interventions and supports PBIS Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 training for our school sites. We have the social emotional trainings that are going on. You'll hear more about that later this afternoon. We continue with our multi-tiered systems of support trainings as part of DEI. And then foster youth is providing, and homeless ed, providing training to our sites, understanding foster youth, understanding homeless and the difficulties they face, and also the supports that they provide at each of the school sites. As was mentioned, we have the discipline calibration. So our coordinators, Don Gordon and Keith Mims, provide that calibration and that training to our vice principals and site administration. And then we have the bullying prevention and supports through the two programs that I mentioned, but also our district level bullying prevention support that goes out annually. And then finally, the direct support, the people who are involved. The wellness providers, so our counselors, our elementary counselors, our social workers, our mental health therapists, our coaches, as well as those folks outside of student support and health services, like our school psychologists and secondary counselors. They provide that ongoing consultation and collaboration. So they're working day to day with staff on student discipline, on understanding the system, and then they also provide that Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. So they're working with students, developing behavior support plans, doing group work with students, doing individual work with students. And mentioned the PBIS coaches, so they have dual roles. They are working with special education and students and supporting the students in the learning centers. But they also added to our PBIS coach workforce. And so now, instead of PBIS coaches being stretched across many schools and maybe getting a day or not even a day, half a day or a partial day of support at school sites, our coaches are able to spend 2 days at the school sites, providing that direct support to students as well as that consultation and collaboration. So that's a great benefit. Foster Youth provides direct support through their, they have social workers, their counselors, they have AITs as well that directly work with our students in academic support. And then the case manager, so providing that direct support. And that's the same for our homeless education department. They provide that support in similar ways. As was mentioned, our student support and health service coordinators, Don and Keith, are providing that daily collaboration with our site administration regarding the student discipline. I know they're on the phone or out at sites daily, working with school sites around coordinating and collaborating on discipline. And then finally, youth development. It's the office within Student Support Health Services that provides education around tobacco use and substance abuse, but they also provide brief intervention services and counseling for our students who have substance abuse issues. And with that, I believe I'll turn it over to Richard.
Thank you, Don. Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Hoffman, as you can see, our priorities are continuing to align with our learning vision. Our focus it is to maintain every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college and career and life readiness, and reduce our students' behavior that will prevent them to be college and career readiness. You just heard from every department that aligns with our strategic goals, from high quality instruction and how that supports our learning, and from wellness to family community engagement into our targeted support groups as well. And with the student assessment and program evaluation, we continue to assess our programs, we continue to assess our systems and make them better as much as we can to make sure that we support every student in every classroom. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to start it over on my right with Nancy Chavez-Espinosa.
Thank you, everyone, for a great presentation once again. There's a lot in there. It's interesting. Some of the trends seem to be going in opposite directions. I saw some indicators where the number went up and the rate went down. So there's clearly a lot going on there. The fact that the overall district-wide trend line is increasing tells us that there's something going on that all of our kids are dealing with, right? So at least that counteracts a little bit of the disproportionality problem that we're focused on. I don't know if at the mid-year you've been able to develop any possible explanations for some of these trends, or is that something that we really put off until August? Do you have any ideas yet on some of these increases in particular, the bigger ones in particular?
If we're talking just about incidents, there has been a decrease in like weapons, tobacco. There's been a decrease in other areas, alcohol, but there's been an increase in drugs. There's been an increase in physical aggression, abusive language, harassment.
But we haven't at this point identified any causes for those upticks.
Just an opinion. It could, it's pretty complicated, right? There's so many different reasons it could be. Our kids coming with more trauma? Is there social media factors? Is there things reeling from COVID where our kids didn't get an opportunity to socialize as much during those years? And it could be so many things.
Yeah, and you hit on something that I'm wondering about, right? In media, we're hearing a lot of folks talk about, there's something wrong with these kids. We're putting the blame, the language is always putting the blame on the kids, right? And this may be more appropriate for next presentation on social emotional learning, but whether it's in this conversation about discipline or in the social emotional learning conversation, I would like to know what we are actually seeing in the district, right? So we're not relying on a popular myth or, painting an entire generation with a broad brush. But if we are identifying actual skills and behavior gaps, then, let's be intentional about addressing those. So thank you. I want to note a couple of bright spots. I appreciate no exclusionary discipline for dress code violations. Folks may still not be happy, with how that particular violation is being handled, but I think we should just take the credit for the fact that no one is being separated from their education for a dress code violation. And I think that's positive. Ms. LeMay, I really appreciate the innovations in your department. Reaching out to caregivers, poverty simulation is really intriguing. There was an economic term that I learned once that made me really angry, and that's the concept of perfect information, which is we design a system and we're assuming everybody has access to the information and can act on it in the same way, right? And it made me really angry for obvious reasons because that's not reality. And it's an assumption that I think we make very easily when we're serving the public, when we think, sure, I'm going to set up this very neat and clean system and everyone's going to come to it in the same way with the same ability to access it. And this shows me, that you're really working on combating those mental traps. So I really, really appreciate that. And I also lastly want to call out the ongoing calibration for discipline, because I don't know if we're ever going to get to a place where it's not necessary, right? Because who could have foreseen a social media trend to destroy public bathrooms? Like, who could have foreseen so many of these things? And it's just so easy as humans to revert to that punitive mindset that we're trying to get away from. So I appreciate that calibration is still ongoing. That's it.
Adding to your excellent comments. I also tend to look very closely at slide 10. Because it's looked very different over the years. And so it's very impressive to me how many things teachers are able to handle, either because we've trained them and because they're willing to do it. So I can't say enough to thank our teachers for handling things in their own classroom when they can and taking that responsibility. When you look at the largest violators, it's fighting, possession of drugs, weapons. We also need safe schools. And so we can't get away from those being suspendable items. And so that is a challenge. So how do we teach everybody that those are suspendable and they hurt your education, and to have kids care about their education and not partake? And I think we're coming at it from many angles, which I appreciate. I think family is so important, and the relationship of family. I was so hopeful when PBI started that this would be a wave that comes up and everything gets lower, like elementary is going to get lower, and then middle school will be lower because they learned in elementary, and high school will be more lower because we've taught them. And it hasn't clarified yet, but I think it's because of what Nancy's talking about. So many other things have happened. And I think a lot of kids have a lot of things happen outside school that comes to school. Our children bring their whole lives with them to school, and we only control a certain part. So going at it with the intentionality of caring for children and wanting the best for them and not in a punitive manner is very important to me as well. And I did not hear it mentioned, and I think there is some power in our anonymous tip line for children to learn when something's happening online and the adults don't know. There is an anonymous way to let adults know to care, that care and want to help on your campus. And I see it in our head. I see it put out all the time in things I see. But I just want to point that out to the public. We also have this tool, and maybe somehow we can encourage kids to use it, not just adults. They think it's some adult thing, but who really knows what's going on are the kids. And so we need to find those kids. I've got one in my house that lets me know what's going on with all 4 of them. And so we need to find those kids that let us know what's going on so we can help them the most. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the very detailed discussions of what everybody's doing, what everybody's working on, how all the departments are working together on this. The one sort of building off of what Beth was saying, the one thing that I think would be useful is in a lot of, on slide number 10, in a lot of these instances, we're seeing a pretty large chunk being other means of correction. I think it's useful to know exactly what those are, which shows up on the next slide. But also, I think it would be useful to know exactly how often those are being used and what's being used, particularly in, I look at areas like harassment and bullying where that's 67%. So just saying other means of correction doesn't tell me a lot of, what's going into that. And a lot of those items in other means of correction are, things or policies that the board has specifically approved. And so seeing how those are being used and how those are being attached to certain incidents would be very useful as we continue to evaluate those policies. So whether that's appropriate for a presentation like this or something that you would break out in a board communication, whatever is most appropriate. But I think that would be very useful information for us as we continue forward. Otherwise, I share some of Nancy's concerns around the slight increase. I'm curious, is that something where we're plateauing? Are we stabilizing somewhere, which would be its own separate concern? How do we address those? But also, is there something happening that is causing this slight uptick that we can address? And I think thinking about that over the next semester will be very useful. But otherwise, that is all I have. Thank you guys very much.
Isabella?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to add a little bit on to what Mr. Vargas was saying. I really appreciate, I remember last time we were questioning kind of what other means of correction entailed, and listing it out now, it shows me a lot as a student, how much, it's seen as an opportunity, that there's so many other options besides exclusionary discipline being used. And I would love to see what Mr. Vargas said, how often these things are being used and how effective they are. Again, from like a student standpoint, restorative conversations can mean a world of a difference instead of turning to exclusionary discipline. So thank you so much.
Mr. Forcina?
Thank you. Good morning. With respect to the slight increases we had, they don't really bother me from the perspective that it's a trend. And if we look at the societal changes that we've seen occur with the uptake of violence and drug use, I have to say our numbers are pretty good, and that we continue to pay attention to student issues. But while we are addressing individual student issues, we can't forget group needs, and discipline needs to occur both for the individual child so that intervention occurs, but for the benefit of the entire class. Because if you have the disruptive kids that continue to be disruptive, then all of the kids are effective. And if appropriate discipline is not applied, then you're giving permission to the other kids to go ahead and behave the same way. So it is important. And as long as we have practices in place to ensure that discipline is being provided equally, then the numbers are going to be what they are. And with respect to the suspension of special ed kids, do you know what level most of the kids are coming out of? Do they come out of level 1 programs, level 4 programs? What is there a particular level that is most apparent?
Yeah, you must have read my mind. I was sitting here thinking when you were asking about, do we have trends? Level 1. Now, one might think ABS are therapeutic programs, but there are supports in place. And typically if a student is experiencing such extreme behaviors, then we provide additional, through the IEP, additional supports and services because they've already been identified as having some some significant behavior needs. Level 1. And that's why I think that we will see a trend down, because in addition to decreasing our caseload sizes for our learning center teachers, we've provide these additional behaviorists.
Thank you, Ann.
Sure.
Bindi or Mark? Thought you're going to get away over there. As we move down the road to budget, how are we specifically attempting to correlate trainings with outcome? In other words, you know what I mean?
Repeat it, please.
Pardon me?
Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah. What are we doing to correlate trainings with outcome? And the data we're looking at today, to me, that's the outcome. But we're doing a lot of things to impact that. And how are we determining it? I would imagine there has to be more than this measure, because all this is a number. It doesn't say anything.
It's a great question. I won't do as good a job as Jeremy would be at explaining. However,
Yeah.
The methodology that we use, and we use it in a number of environments. So as recently as yesterday, not specific to student discipline, although one could say that everything that we do is connected to student behavior in classrooms. It's connected to early literacy teaching strategies that we have going on in our classrooms. And we analyze it very, very carefully. And so what we're looking at is there's everything, there's a whole series. And actually what we can do is we'll provide the board information and an example of, and I'm over my skis a little bit on this only because a few of us haven't had a chance to have a conversation about understand what the findings are in terms of the early literacy training that we're doing. And because the data is very, very positive. And so there's a number of things that we look at. So first of all, there's the control group and the non-control group, right? So there's those that are trained and those that are not, or those that are students that have experienced something based on a program or a service that's being provided by someone who has specific training. The first thing that needs to be identified when you're doing that is fidelity of implementation. That's the key. In the absence of fidelity of implementation, then it's very, very tricky and almost, I have to say, it's impossible. The validity of the measure will be very minimal. And what I mean by fidelity of implementation is this is why, for example, PBIS, it's not just the tiered fidelity inventory has been around for a while. And so I'll use that as an example is there are surveys and perspectives that are provided. So if we're providing training to a teacher, it's, did you receive the training? 1, did you learn it? 2, is it being implemented? 3, and then we can get feedback. And now there's different strategies. I'm not saying that every single one of these things is done. I'm giving you an example. We can get feedback from students in terms of their perceptions of what they're experiencing in the classroom. We can get feedback from teachers who say, to what degree are they now implementing it? We can have principals who are observing it. And then we can look at, are kids saying the same thing that the teachers are saying? Is that the same thing that the principals are observing? So then we're getting at, did you learn it? Is it being used? And is it being used to fidelity? Then what you can do is begin to look at relationships. Once you have that data set, you can begin to look at relationships between, and now you're looking at student outcome data. So then you could be looking at, and in terms of academics, we've got more robust data than we've had in the past because of our use of our interim benchmark assessments. You can be looking at it in terms of student climate survey data. Then you start looking at that relationship piece. And Carmen, you've sat with me and we've looked at the idea of the program implementation continuum. And then we refer to those as a pick-C, meaning how is the program being implemented? Then we look at a pick-out, and what we refer to that as the relationship with outcomes. And then we're looking at the strengths of those relationships. And so I hope it answered your question, because it is what we do. It's complex what we do, but the methodologies at the core of it is getting feedback from those that have received the training, and then our teachers and our staff in general, but using the experience with our teachers, it goes back many years. I want to say, I'm doing this from memory, and I want to say at least 7 to 8 years, and maybe even we're pushing maybe 10, but I think 7 to 8 is going to be pretty accurate. Going all the way back, some of the first experiences we did this with was with EL instruction and EL training and the EL walkthrough forms and what we were observing, and then looking at EL specific student outcome data. So we've been doing this for a while, and it's always an ongoing process, but hopefully I answered the question. At the core, you have to be able to identify fidelity of implementation. And I realize My good friend, Mr. James Sutter, is behind me, and as a phenomenal teacher himself, the idea of implementation shouldn't be confused with we're telling everybody, so if we train you, here's exactly what you say the minute student walks in. That's not what this is.
No.
They're the core practices that we're talking about. It's our approach with our instructional framework. It is not taking away a teacher's creativity and innovation and who they are as a person to best meet the needs of all those kids. But it is establishing a baseline expectation and understanding of implementation, or it can't be measured.
Thanks, Mark. Indian Richard. I'm going to ask you a question, especially because of a comment that Richard made. And it's not really specific to the suspension data, although I'm going to ask the question because of Richard's statement. But to me, it's germane to everything the district does. And even Corey made a mention that you don't need to come up about a case as an example. And here's my question. We do all this work. And I'm going to say consistently, but on a pretty good basis, we have schools that do things well. And we are aware of those things that they do well. So how do we take what they're doing and I hesitate to use the word ensure, but ensure that those best practices, those practices that are getting results, are being used in other schools? How do we make that happen?
I'll follow with her.
Great question. It's something we tackle regularly at our principals meeting. We have them in groups and we give out scenarios and they have to calibrate. And we know certain principals that have really exceptional practices, and we have them doing a lot of sharing and a lot of cross-training, a lot of learning from one another.
Okay. Middle school is middle school, and we all know it, and those numbers are different than the other two levels. But when we go to elementary, and you know, to me, and I've had these discussions with Kristen and others, Mark, Case is an example to me, is a school site that does things well in terms of their understanding and their communication about students' academic growth, and their suspension data is generally really good. And I've spent a number of hours there and asking questions about the how and why, and I'm sure that we're aware of what they do, and so, you know, to my question, I mean, my position is, so why isn't he like a lab?
I agree. Case does exceptional work, and we've had Mr. Satin work with our principals, and we've had him present during our principals meeting some of his strategies, and we've offered that to other principals. You're always welcome to go to his site and learn. It's one thing to talk about it, it's one thing to see it.
Thank you, Benny. You're okay.
I was just going to add to that, what Mindy was saying earlier. Our principals, you know, they are working really hard to engage their staff, right? So we need staff commitment to be able to be part what is happening on our campuses. Now, our principals, when we get them together, they do share best practices, and in every principal meeting, we have different principals come and share different things that they have been working, not in the last year, but overall, and they always have the commitment to ensure that they work with their staff, because without a staff commitment for, things are not going to be happening. So our vision, it is to ensure that our principals do learn from each other and make sure that they are sharing these best practices so they can bring it onto their campuses, including the wellness centers, including having staffing to support that as well. So that is something that we are moving towards as we continue to calibrate.
Thank you. Corey made a comment. And it's a comment that I think is worth taking some time with, and it's not just equity, it's curriculum professional development also. It's all the training we do in student support. You made a comment, Corey, and it's one that bothers me, not from the perspective of what of you personally, but as an organization. And there's words that just jump up out at me. And when I hear develop an offer, and the offer piece just jumps at me, make available. If we're doing things that we believe are important, and we have the data that says they have impact, then why don't we do more than offer or make available? Anyone can have that question.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had the conversation many times. There's things that are mandated. When you look at the DEI training, that's going across all staff members across the entire organization. Other trainings do become offered and available, and part of it is capacity to be able to do the training. We may not have the capacity in some areas to be able to do the training with every single staff member across the district, but oftentimes those offers and things that get made available have a tendency to take root and grow, and then they end up growing across entire sites and or organizations. So some of it's a capacity issue, and just from any one point in time, what do we have the ability to pull off, and what do our teachers, site principals, and other staff have the capacity to take in at the time? Because there is so much on the table all the time. So it's a balancing act for sure.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, I have a question. What's so much on the table? What does that mean?
New curricular adoptions, site safety plans, site LCAPs, facility master plan development, any of the myriad of things that we're responsible for on a daily basis in education. It's a never-ending list, and we try to prioritize the things that need to get done. But there's always a growing list of things that we're responsible for.
Which equates to there's only so much time in the day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm almost done, and these don't have to respond a whole lot, Don. In terms of your references to calming corners, the stop, walk, and talk that we do, our bullying training and prevention, those I presume those are all examples of social emotional learning work we do. Correct. They're associated with social emotional learning.
It would be difficult to talk about anything that we talked about today and separate it from social emotional learning. So social emotional learning is key to a lot of this, right? How well of our students are, understanding themselves, understanding each other, how they regulate and manage their own behavior. So it's all tied to social emotional learning.
Thank you. And I just think that that's important. To people to know that, right, that everything that we do can't be separated from social emotional learning.
Correct.
The last one, and the board has spent time talking about it. I certainly have years and years of experience with it personally. The foster homeless challenges, they're unique. And I've spent time talking to people within the district. And I've spoken to principals and teachers. There's so many heartbreaking stories that it's like great any day they show up. So I and they come with behaviors because of what they're living every day. And I know we're in tune with those and that we do the best that we can. I certainly do appreciate the work. We hold up our end of our responsibilities. We've heard it before. I've used it as an example that we have a three-legged stool, and education has to keep its legs strong. And I believe we do a great job. And then the parents have to do their job, and the student has to do their job. That's the social emotional learning piece, the acceptance of responsibility. So thank you.
Mr. Perez?
Right now, I'm speaking in a discussion that according to my prior or present board members have spoken, so it's not my time. So I'll make it clear that my discussion right now isn't what I'm thinking about, what I read from the report. It's a discussion matter versus what I'm thinking. You understand what I'm saying? And because of the fact that we cannot dialogue or talk about, excuse me, you can move back over there. And so it's not part of my questioning. You understand what I'm saying? Because the way you conduct the meetings, we do not ask questions when the individual board member is talking. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you, Mr. Forcina, you mentioned that you did not care about, or it wasn't your priority or something, but I don't think you were very, very clear what you said. I don't think the way it came out.
Mr. Pettis?
I have no problem responding, Tony.
I know, but the way it sounded,
Well, but I'm not. Yeah, I need a little. I said a lot of things.
Yes.
And so specifically, what would you like me to respond to?
Yes.
Asking you a question.
Well,
yeah, specifically, what do you want me to?
You mentioned that it was not for your concern or I wish we could play.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think I maybe had stated it as clearly for that it was understandable to you.
Yeah.
And it was that I don't look at numbers and get excited about the numbers, like get concerned about the number. Numbers are numbers. You got to go look at the trends, the uniqueness, the work that's being done.
Mhm.
So when I see numbers, I don't get all excited or upset that they're up or down.
Mhm.
I don't get happy because they're down, other than the fact that for me internally, I would associate that with what we're doing. But what's important is that I understand what it is we're doing, how we're doing it, how we measure it, what the outcomes are. That's what's important. The numbers themselves, they're numbers.
Okay.
It's the data behind them that is important. It's not the number.
Okay, well, that's perfect. Better, it's clear now because of the fact that the way you said it, to me, it could have been interpreted that you didn't care about the data or the trend or whatever, or that wasn't your priority. More so, okay.
Yeah.
And again, I am saddened that I do not get the data, the trends that I have requested prior 10 years ago. I've been here 2012. And I have specifically requested data sets, trend studies regarding by areas, geographical areas, my service area, area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not being done. It's not getting to the analysis. This is a general overlooking district report. I want to get into the classroom data, the student data. What's happening in the classroom? How much time is taken away? Like Mr. Forcina says, that there's individuals in our classes, schools, districts who are taking away serious studies from our students in the classroom because of these behaviors. You know, that's before school, during school, and after school. Athletic events, just very similar to what we had this incident at Cosumnes High School. And it's going on today as a result of what happened at Cosumnes High School. People are talking about it. Social media is talking about it. Are they looking at their books? You know, versus between reading their social media posts, things like this. So these issues are very serious, and this issue regarding there is ties with social emotional learning. You know, as Mr. Ross said, you know, and Mr. Fosina explained. Social emotional issues that we have in our classrooms, in our communities affect outcomes of students. And what are those model programs that are working? Those are my concerns. Mr. Hoffman has, you know, and then this board has approved a lot of model programs that are very, very good within our school districts. For instance, at Valley High, and they implemented a lot of model programs. And Mr. Gutierrez, principal now was the principal of that, and their data sets improved a lot. Outcomes had improved a lot because they had a lot of face-to-face interactions with our students. And they targeted a lot of our students, and there were positive outcomes. So why don't we have? There's no excuse that we can't have any programs like that because of the fact of funding. We have millions of dollars to implement these programs.
Mr. Perez?
That's the item
Post
on the agenda.
COVID,
It's on the,
learning loss,
it's on the agenda.
funding, yes, but this is a discipline issue.
Mr. Perez?
Yes.
I believe you walked in after the discussion where they did talk about the various programs that they are implementing in addition to exclusionary discipline. So there was an opportunity to hear about all of those programs. So perhaps you can set a follow-up
Oh, I know that.
to listen to that.
But
Okay,
again.
so do you have a question for the
Why
staff?
isn't, why isn't we have a data set on social emotional learning, and these model programs that we've implemented at different variety of schools, outcomes?
Our social emotional presentation is
I'm not
after this
talking-
one.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about other programs that we had model implemented with, you know, post-COVID funding dollars. And prior to that, we had other special projects, after-school projects. We have not received any evaluations or data sets on the outcomes. Excuse me, I'm talking.
I got you. I can help
Okay,
you.
so
I can help you.
What, okay,
Give me a second.
that's what I'm worried about.
Okay, let me
Okay,
help.
hold on, no, I don't want you, what do you call it, interfering with my time.
Not
Because
interfering with
that's
your
a
time.
tactic
But we're
that you
gonna-
guys, okay, I know you guys are gonna do that.
We're gonna do.
So the main
Do you
thing
want
I'm
do you want an
concerned about
answer,
is
Mr.
data
Perez?
sets,
Do you want an
data
answer?
sets.
Do you want an answer to the questions that you are asking? Mr. Hoffman is trying to provide you an answer. Would you like an answer?
These
And so the answer is
answers are
no.
the same answers I have been getting prior when he became a superintendent of this school district.
Okay,
Same
Mr.
thing.
Perez,
I
can
do
you
not
please
get data
address
sets.
the staff?
Okay,
Ask a question
But
and
he-
wait for an answer. If you do not
okay.
want an answer,
Okay.
then you can finish your time.
There's no answer. There's no answer. to the
Okay,
question.
then you're done
Why-
asking
why
questions.
isn't it that this board does not get data sets, trend data sets by classroom, by schools, by regions, and where the highs and lows of discipline problems throughout? Okay, and why isn't money prioritized by that issues geographically throughout our district? It's not happening.
Want an answer?
It's general, legally, and they get the same response. This is the same response I've been getting. And this, okay, another issue I'm wondering about. Pre and post. Okay, we know that prior to COVID, we were improving discipline very well. Now that we had COVID, distance learning, and we had learning loss, and we already had achievement gap problem, that as a result of COVID, we're dealing with a lot of mental issues, and we have a lot of funding toward that issue. But again, why don't we have data sets prior how it was and post COVID? Because I know a fact, yes.
Mr.
This-
Perez, the data is in your packet.
Yes.
It shows before COVID and
Okay.
it shows now, and it shows that we're improving from prior to COVID. Read
yes,
the data in your
district-wide-
packet, and can you
district-wide,
please address
like
a question
I like
to
see
the
it again
staff based
by-
on their
by
presentation?
area,
Otherwise, I'm going
by
to move
area.
on.
by areas. Can I get data sets?
Simple answer.
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on this. The simple answer is
What?
we organize our data by high school regions, feeder pattern regions. And our schools work together in their feeder pattern regions on these types of issues and many, many other issues. We do not divide data up by board member elected areas. I don't.
Prior to you did, we had.
Again, I didn't interrupt you one time, but you interrupt me
Right,
every
right.
time.
Okay.
We do it by high school feeder pattern region. That's how we organize our schools. That's how we organize our data, and that's how the meetings take place. We do not break up our schools based on where they fit within a geographic area of elected officials, because there's not rhyme or reason to some of it versus the feeder pattern into the high school.
And Mr.
That's how
Portillo,
we do it.
would you agree with me that we have data sets by area, ones, twos?
Mr. Perez,
and fours?
please address your question to the board, to the staff, otherwise we're done.
No.
We did not have that. We did not have.
Mr. Corchin,
Presentation by
Mr. Perez,
region?
you're done. You're done. Thank
Right.
you. You have refused to address a question to the staff
I'm not-
about their presentation
talking
and
to
allow
my
them
fellow
to.
board
That's
members.
not what this time is for.
To
That is,
you, I'm talking to them.
that is not what this time is for.
Why, what is it for then?
This is for you to ask the staff questions about their
They
presentation.
heard the same comments.
Oh, then you're done.
Before.
So then you're done. Thank
I
you.
have not. What,
You're
I'm
done.
not finishing. I'm not finished. I got more questions.
Ask them of the staff. Otherwise, I'm turning off your microphone.
Okay. What, can you give me a list of your funding source? What percentage of your program, what's the source of your funding?
Remember you talking about.
Oh, you were talking about on this presentation. What source of money are you receiving? What percentage of all this discipline? What source of money? Can you break that down? Is it federally funded? Is it state funded? LCFF, after school programs on this issue, on discipline?
Madam
Listen,
Chair,
it does not.
that's not relevant to this agenda item.
Oh, is it?
No.
Well, when we do go to a budget, don't we prioritize?
Yes,
Well,
when we
okay,
have a
and if
budget
there's
item on the
more
agenda.
discipline
yes.
Problems. over
Mr.
here,
Perez, this is not a budget conversation.
do we
If
do
you
rank-
had been here for the presentation, you would have realized that this is multiple departments
Yes.
and multiple.
Say what?
So your question
This is the
is
first-
not relevant.
This isn't the first rodeo I've gone to.
That's it.
This is the same thing.
We are done.
And What?
We are done. You have yet to ask a question that is based on this
I haven't just-
presentation.
Okay.
No.
Okay, you gonna answer that question, Mr.? You gonna answer that question?
I take direction from the superintendent. What I
Thank you.
can,
Your time is up. Your time is up.
and what I
I'm not
can
finished.
confirm for the board, Madam President, is what we do every time
What?
following these presentations is the individual school data is provided following these meetings, and that data can be obtained by any community member at any point in time by working directly with a school. So the board, it's what we do all the time, but we do not do it by political region.
Well, you don't do it by,
Thank you.
did you ever do
Mr.
it before?
No.
Mr. Perez,
Never did it before.
Mr. Perez, you are done. Your time is up. It is my turn now. I wanted to thank the
That's
staff
a lie.
for the presentation. And I want to thank you too, because I think that, you know, as over time, as we've had this presentation over and over, we have moved from a sense of trying to justify and instead acknowledging this is where we're at. And now how are we going to solve the problem from an asset-based mindset? And I think that the idea of wraparound services, wraparound, bringing everyone to the table is where we are seeing the progress. We've had the presentations where the principals have been able to highlight the best practices that they've implemented. Today, we've heard from all of these departments because again, similar to Mr. Fortuna, when he talks about the three-legged stool, it is important to be able to hear the voices of the students, particularly these students that are part of these communities that we're addressing. It's important to hear from the families from these students and to also understand the trauma that they bring because of the experience they've had in school. And so the fact that that we are willing to listen and again, not try to negate that, but to say yes, and let's work together to change that. And then also thinking about dismantling current curriculum and structures that have not served these communities in the past and to rebuild them in a way that again addresses the intersectionality of these students and brings staff that are part of these communities together. Again, it takes everyone to address this issue, and again, tied with our presentation that we'll have later on today. So I just wanted to thank the team, the district, for all the work that everybody continues to do to move this issue, because really the biggest issue for me personally is eliminating the disproportionality, right? We're always going to have discipline. We're always going to have exclusionary discipline. But knowing that my child, a child of color, is not going to be targeted differently than somebody who is not, is that's what the community wants. I appreciate that we have heard lived experiences of our students and we are trying to do better, whether it's the training that we are providing now for the paraprofessionals and also, and you talked about the de-escalation training, and I'm hoping that we can see that training move beyond just the team, the special ed team, but to the campus supervisors and the administration, so beyond everybody at the school to understand how to work with the different populations. I wanted to shout out Corey, the equity coaches. Being able to take a training that, again, I think what somebody said, one-off trainings don't work. We know that. So having a comprehensive ongoing training, but then to take it beyond that and have the equity coaches say, this is how you implement that. You heard it, you learned it. How do we implement that? And how do we implement that based on our own biases, right? Based on the culture of this particular school or this particular classroom. It is critical to have somebody take that extra step. And so I really appreciate the work of the equity coaches in being able to do that, because that's key. We can't just read a book. We need somebody to show us how to apply that. So, and I did 3,700 home visits this year. That's amazing. So again, I see the work that continues to happen, and I realize I'm not asking you a question. I just wanted to thank you. I thank you. We're seeing an uptick in some of these places, but transformational change doesn't happen overnight. So I just wanted to thank you again for the presentation. And with that, I am going to call for a 15-minute break, which will bring us back at 11. Oh, I'm sorry.
Comments.
Public comments for this item?
We don't have any, but I want to
Oh,
make
yeah,
sure
yes,
that we
thank
have that on record.
Thank you so much.
We have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you.
And we have no blue cards.
No blue card. Have a seat, and if board members return to the dais.
Yeah, I mean, it should just do all kinds of things, but you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is our facilities update, and I will call Dr. Kristen Coates.
All right. Well, good morning, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, staff, and public. We are really excited to be here today to talk about the facility master plan. This is in total about a 5-month process, which is quicker than most. And we're right in the middle of that. So this is just a taste of what a facility master plan is, what has been done this far, what the input is starting to come in, knowing that we do have some time left to summarize everything and bring back a plan for the board's consideration in March. Today, I just want to acknowledge our entire facilities team. They're over on the right, led by Chief Facility Officer Sue Bell. We've got our planning manager and our planning team, and then our Safe Routes coordinator, and then Jennifer, who makes it all happen. In addition, if you recall, we brought on PBK architects to help us work and facilitate this entire process. Joshua Jackson is here. Come on up, Josh. And he is going to facilitate much of this as he does the input sessions, which we'll talk more about. We also have Garen and Erica from PBK as well, who will help with some interactive pieces today for the master plan. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh and we'll get started.
They are continuously doing this work on a student level, and I was wondering why they're listening and or participating.
All right, well, that's a great question. Our students are really important to us. Our intern program that you're referring to, when the students came in August and presented the update on Measure M, that was a huge focus of their work. Right now, we don't have the intern program going on, but that is something that Sue has launched and happens and occurs every summer in the facilities, and it expanded this year into M&O. So
Fund the program or?
they are actually current, our current students or graduates. So they're either back in their high school classes or they have gone off to college or career. So it's just not something that we're.
It's a summer program.
Are we going to still implement the program year round or just summer?
Summer.
And why don't we do it year round? I like to fund it year round.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Go ahead, Ms. Coates.
All right. Off to you, Josh.
Thank you for the introduction and good morning, Board of Trustees, President and Superintendent. It's great to be here and talk about the Facilities Master Plan with you all. My name is Josh Jackson. I'm a planner with PBK Architects. And as Kristen mentioned, a couple of my colleagues are in back, Erica Kuntz and Garrett Sweden, who will be helping with an exercise a little later this morning. There's the clicker. All right, so today, what we're going to do is really aim to have a two-way street. We'd like to share with all of you what a facility master plan is, what some of the outcomes are, how we're developing that master plan in partnership with the team here in Elk Grove, and the process and an update on the progress that we've gone through so far. We'd like to take a little look back and talk about the tremendous work of Measure M and how past master plans have been implemented. Then we're going to walk through some of the data that we've collected, both from in-field surveys, community engagement, and other venues. And then we're going to try and have a little chance for all of you to provide your input on the priorities. We're very interested in hearing from all of you. And of course, we'll have a little pause for some questions if anything comes up in there. So to start off with, what is a facilities master plan? At its most basic, a facilities master plan is a set of projects that a district would like to pursue over the next 10 years or so in order to bring the district's buildings and facilities up to the highest standard for our students. Those types of projects broadly fall into three different categories. The first category is looking at modernizations and improvements. A building which may have been wonderful when it was built 50 years ago has building systems that age, the way that teaching and learning takes place change, and so we may want to make some updates to that campus just to bring it up to the highest standard. Additionally, we're looking at the alignment of physical spaces with school programs. At a basic level, you can think about this as understanding where are our students and where do we need to provide facilities to serve those students. These kinds of projects can be both potentially new construction. We may say, hey, there's a zone where we need a new school and we'd put a school there, or it might involve adding capacity to existing sites, or it could be reconfiguring sites so that they're accommodating the newest types of programs and pedagogy that the district is using. And then finally, the last category is optimizing operations. And you can think about this as in terms of money. Operating a school district takes money from a facility standpoint, and things we can do to save energy, to allow things to happen more efficiently in categories like IT infrastructure or nutrition services. These are also types of improvements that we're looking to make through strategic projects to optimize operations. So in terms of the process, a lot of this work, as we think about generating a set of projects for the next 10 years, begins with research and collecting data. So one of the key inputs, and something we'll talk about today, is getting enrollment projections and understanding the demographics of the district. Again, looking ahead and using analysis to understand where we're going to need to provide capacity and services. We're also looking at the existing facility conditions. We've sent teams of engineers out to all the sites to understand how our HVAC systems are working, the building envelope, elements of the site. We're looking at all those attributes and collecting solid information on it. And then finally, when you overlay those two things on top of each other, the facilities and the students, we're looking at how are Elk Grove schools working as schools? Are they adequate for education? And this is really taking, the facilities condition, which could be for an assessment, which could be for a store or a home, but actually saying, oh, that building's in good condition, but maybe it's not working for the type of education that we want to offer. So that's where that third layer of data collection is coming in. PBK architects, again, in partnership with the Elk Grove team, will take all that information, analyze it, process it, and then share it back to leadership like yourself and to the community at large, and make sure we're getting input on what the key priorities are for the district and what the values are that are driving those priorities. It is very likely that at the end of this analysis, we will identify a range of projects which is going to cost more than the district can afford. So understanding what do we need to take care of first, what are the highest priorities, is a really critical part of this. As we get that input and define those priorities, this will all be packaged up into a document. The facilities master plan will deliver obviously a printed one, but this can also be digital, and there's some web content we can share. And with that document, the district can then take many important next steps. Should the district decide to put it out to the public and get a general obligation bond to fund schools, a master plan would be needed. Master plan is also needed to identify state matching grants. The state of California offers funding for certain types of projects, and so having those projects defined in the plan can free up state matching. There may be some efforts around district reconfiguration, whether that's changing the grade levels that a school serves or things like boundary reconfiguration. Again, the master plan is an important document for those kinds of reconfigurations, as well as other strategic initiatives or actions that the district may want to take. Having this sort of baseline of the existing facilities and a roadmap for the future is something which will be very helpful in the coming years. In terms of the timeline for developing this, we're looking at roughly a 5-month timeline.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to do the same format? Can we ask questions during the presentation or after?
After the presentation.
So we've started working back in November with a lot of that data collection. So we've been walking sites, we've been interviewing staff, we've been conducting community meetings, which brings us to this point right now where we are integrating capacity studies and enrollment projections and starting to begin to sketch out some options for investment in the future, which is why it's such a great time to be here and speak with you. It's a really good time to get your input on this process. Based on the input from today and other other community engagement activities that we're conducting. We will refine those options, continue to engage and share with the district's leadership, and then package up a series of recommendations in March that will define, again, those needs and the resulting projects on a 10-year timeframe. I want to take a moment and step back to show and just highlight what great work the Elk Grove team has done with master plans in the past. The previous master plan was from 2015, and that work and the projects identified in it led to the Measure M bond, which was a tremendous source of funding and that has been used to execute projects all over the district at schools of all levels. I didn't mean for this to be a vision test, but there's descriptions of all the sites that have been touched, numerous efforts, and some that are even ongoing as those Measure M funds are being drawn down. So ongoing work with career technical education, comprehensive site-wide modernizations, as well as building system upgrades to targeted areas where needed. I should say, it's just as a consultant, it's great to work in a district like Elk Grove where there is community support and passion for schools. So it's really nice to see a history like this, and we're hoping to lay a foundation for similar types of investment in the future. One of the critical inputs I mentioned earlier is using enrollment projections to understand both the sheer number of students that we're looking to serve and where we anticipate those students arriving in the district. I'm not going to go into too much details. This was actually done by another consultant, so I can't speak in too much. But a key takeaway that I'd like to make here is that we don't have a crystal ball, and even the best enrollment projections are at their core a guess. What we're showing here are the moderate and conservative projections for the next 10 years. And if I could just highlight two big takeaways from this is think of this as potential futures that we want to plan for. Both of these potential futures, the moderate and conservative projections, show growth in the near term and then either stabilization or decline in the long term. We don't need to get into all of the implications of this right now, but it does suggest some important strategic directions that we need to incorporate in the facility master planning work. Another key area of data input that I mentioned is the evaluation of facilities on the ground. And these are some of the folks from our team that, and maybe some of them have been seen around the campuses the past few weeks. But we have a team of engineers which are looking specifically at building envelope. So that's roof, doors, and windows. We have another team of engineers that are looking at mechanical, electrical, plumbing, those kinds of building systems, as well as architects who are going out and looking at how the spaces are working as classrooms, the quality of interior finishes, so on and so forth. So really trying to come at that technical analysis from multiple directions.
I'm going to speak a little bit about what we call the site capacity analysis. This is something that runs simultaneously along with the facility master plan. It's a really important part. Once we get those enrollment projections, we typically use conservative projections when we think about staffing, and we look at the moderate when we're thinking about building facilities, especially in an area as large as Elk Grove, to make sure that we have schools on time, that we don't have too much overcrowding, but we're also not building schools too soon, and we have empty schools sitting. So the school capacity analysis is in draft form. It is why you have pixelated screenshots of what we have. Don't worry, it will be coming. And this is really focused around an instructional inventory. Again, we've had experts walk school by school and gather lots of things, something district-wide. And so a couple figures that will be coming from the school's capacity analysis is how much we're actually utilizing or what our total capacity is versus how much we're actually utilizing now. And then as we work through the long-term projections, we'll take a look at what does that look like in 10 years to see, do we still have capacity, or are we going to need new schools in order to absorb it? And so we've got both a focus on elementary and our middle and high school, just as examples here. And we just took one school. This is Adriani. And so this is what in the entire study, once it's completed, each school will have this. And so the image on the left is the high level image. It will show what we have available for TK, K, different grade level spans, and what the total capacity is. Capacity is just the sheer number of classrooms or instructional spaces. And then what we just use the formula typically driven by our collective bargaining agreements to say this is, right now we're loading TK and K at 24. We know that this is a working document. We'll have to change that as TK itself goes to 1 to 20 next year. So it's always going to be a work in progress. The image to the right is classroom by classroom, and what that lays out for us is the total square footage. We took off which teachers were in which classrooms, but it does have that information. This becomes a really important tool both for facilities and for program when we say, okay, we need to add another TK class, or it'd be really nice to have this particular special education classroom at this school so kids can stay in one region. And so this really does become an internal document for us to plan year by year and also long term. Moving on to ed specs. In the slide deck, it was 10 and 11.
Thanks for that, Kristen. So in addition to the capacity and utilization analysis, a big part of our evaluation of educational adequacy draws upon another resource that the district has, which are the educational specifications. And the educational specifications, when the district is building a new facility, are what's given to the architect so that they understand what the requirements of different types of spaces and facilities are. But from a facilities master planning standpoint, we can use those ed specs to define a baseline for how schools need to perform, and then develop metrics for each school site to understand where a school is performing adequately in a particular category, or where there's a shortcoming that potentially needs to be addressed through a modernization or improvement project. So the district has a really great set of ed specs that are in place already. And so we're interpreting those and using that is part of this analysis. So that's another critical input, much like the capacity analysis or the field evaluations. At a very high level, I wanted to share some of the key takeaways that we've gleaned. One high level one is that Elk Grove is in many ways 2 districts in one, or really it would be more accurate to say multiple districts in one. It's a very large district, and it's a little bit like a freight train going over a hill where you need to pull the front and push the back, so that there's different parts of your district that are experiencing growth or not experiencing growth. So we need to think about that on a regional or a zone-based approach. Something else, and this is a positive that I want to highlight, is that the recently modernized buildings, the projects that had taken place in Measure M, are seen as highly effective. They're aging well, they're working well. I think there's strong demonstration that when the Elk Grove facilities team makes a facilities project, it is successful. However, at the same vein, Measure M wasn't able to touch every part of every campus in the district. And something we've heard from multiple inputs is that there remains some pressing infrastructural needs at certain sites. So even though the past work has been great, we're seeing loud and clear that there's more work to be done. To dive into some of those inputs that we've heard, there has been a survey sent out to both, there's one for principals, but also for the public at large. From the principals, we've been hearing about some of those infrastructural needs. For example, there's issues with restrooms. So, for the most part, interior doors are in good shape, but there's some sites that need to be revisited, and other sort of specific infrastructural needs that need to be addressed that we're gleaning from the principal surveys. In addition to speaking with the principals, we're also hearing from the community. And I would also say just your community is very vocal, and we appreciate that. We've received more than 700 responses in the weeks that the survey has been live. We could spend all day talking about some of the findings from that, but at a high level, we're hearing from the community that there are sites that have we've been hearing old-fashioned furniture, inadequate furniture that is not up to the standards that we expect. Something I mentioned earlier, a lot of concerns around restrooms. These are places that students don't necessarily feel safe all the time, and there's, going beyond just cleanliness, but there needs to be some modernization of restroom facilities. And then something which I'm really pleased to see emerge from the community, because it's certainly on the sort of technical side, is concerns around universal TK and the readiness of the district to accommodate those students coming in. That's not just more numbers of students. Those are students that have very specific facility needs, including integrated restrooms and age-appropriate play facilities. So that's something which is emerging from the community, and I think that speaks to the knowledge and awareness of the community here in Elk Grove. And that, I'm afraid that I don't have the page numbers. Okay. Thank you for that. And then all of the online input is great, but there's nothing quite like sitting face to face and hearing somebody's concerns about their student or their family. And so we've been doing a fairly robust community engagement campaign. This is ongoing. So we did a few last week, and we have more coming up. And just something that's beautiful that I think we're hearing across the board is the appreciation for the diversity in Elk Grove schools, and how that's both an attractor to bring families, and something that really adds value to the education. Making sure that that diversity is being supported with equitable facility investment is also a priority that's emerged. So we have lots of data, but the people are making themselves heard that this is a critical factor and something that sets Elk Grove apart. And then for probably the driest part of the data that I'm going to share is just a snapshot of some of our facility evaluations. This is an example, again, another vision test that I did not mean to provide, but really sort of getting into the nitty-gritty of what elements of the classrooms require updates, what types of building systems, and where do we have concerns around the building envelope, whether that's a leaky roof or a window that can't be opened and closed. So we have really fine-grained detail across the entire district. And in time, this will be categorized, cost estimated, and prioritized, which will help understand from a quantitative standpoint what the needs of the district are. And with that being said, that's sort of the share out to this group. And I would actually defer to the board whether we want to pause for questions now or do our engagement exercise and then save questions for the end.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to go ahead and start with questions and then go into the activity.
That's great.
I will start on this side with Mr. Pettis this time.
First of all, the one I printed out, I need the presentation that you presented right now printed out. May I have a copy of that, please? The one that was on the agenda is not like this one that was presented today.
Same.
No, I printed out from agenda. It has more data, more information. Again, that when you do a report, please include the page numbers. So anyway,
page numbers are
I would like
screen.
a copy of this one, a copy of this report today, right now, if possible.
We don't have a printed copy, but we haven't made the changes. So it should have been what was posted.
Can you give that your presentation to upstairs and have another one printed for me, please?
Not right now.
We can. I need that.
Mr. Perez, if you bring that up online, it's exactly the same.
And this room has a printed copy.
We're all looking at it online.
Yes, okay, so anyway.
That's our.
Okay, first of all, I'm requesting a copy of this contractor, PBX. I would like to have a copy. Is it PBX? K? Yes, can I have a copy of the contract, please, today?
We can get a copy too.
No, I need one today. Don't, okay.
You've already approved it because it was on a previous agenda.
I'd like to see the contract, please. Budget, okay, and then the budget, can you tell me the budget again for this contract?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you know the budget?
Not off the top of my head.
The length, the term of the contract?
They're going to complete the facility master plan, and PBK was also one of our board-approved architects for the master architect list.
So when does do you know when your end of your contract, sir?
Upon the completion of the plan, which in the timeline that was presented should be a plan presented to the board for consideration mid-March.
March. Okay, well, exactly. It was very vague when the drafts or the reports were going to be presented to us or finalized. That's what I'm saying. So most likely the contract language, the scope of work would have that information.
The one you
So
approved.
I wouldn't have to ask these questions.
The one you already approved.
Okay. Well, yes, we probably approved it, but yet we never seen the scope of work, just very similar to you, Mr. Hoffman. I've never seen your contract.
Okay. Mr.
Okay.
Perez, can you please direct questions
Okay.
regarding this presentation?
Have you, I'm glad you mentioned universal preschool. And you did mention, that was one of the questions I had, but I'm gonna go down the line. I'm glad that you mentioned data. Data. It's very important we have data. Again, I'm bringing it to your attention. I brought it to facilities unit that in my geographical area and in Sacramento County, there has been new funding for low-income housing throughout. In fact, I was over there. They have just completed the one that I mentioned to facilities on Power Inn Road. They have 75% capacity, but they have a couple other ones in my area one. We're going to talk about areas, not by high school feeding areas. We're going to talk about areas 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, just like the high school students did. And so if you go to I think it was the Secretary of Treasurer's office, she funds, and they have a map there, I don't have it with me right now, of all the funded programs in Sacramento County. And I looked at it, I think there's 5 or 6 plan couples already completed low-income housing, multiple housing units. I'm talking about like 2,000 people. So I also requested prior to this that I need how that is going to affect, I guess your report is going to reflect this, how that's going to affect enrollment in area 1, area 2, area 3, throughout our areas. So it's my district area. I was analyzing all these new low-income programs or housing units that are in development stage. Some have been already completed throughout our district, school district. So that's very important that you have that included in that report. And names and numbers, I think, are also on the Secretary Treasurer's office. There's a database there. So I already foresee in my area 1, especially in pre-kindergarten, number 1, an issue. And then also classroom ratio 23:1 in this area. Elementary, middle, more so in elementary than middle school and high school. We have room for those 2 areas, correct? Mr. Hoffman?
We don't do it by areas, we do it by grade levels across the district.
Oh, we do it by grade levels, okay. Well, are we going to do this by grade level, this report? Did you request that? Great.
You're confusing multiple items. With
No, we're
regard,
talking about this one.
again, I don't interrupt you, just to, the first piece you're speaking to was overall growth within the district in specific areas where projects are going to be either have already been put in place or are going to continue to grow. Our facilities department is keenly aware and in contact with the developers, with the cities, with the county, with regards to where those projects are, what timelines they have. So they're doing that work all the time. And so we're also paying attention to, in some of our areas, you have aging out communities while you're having new development that's coming into there. And so in some cases, those things are going to offset each other. And it's not just because you see new development doesn't mean there's automatically going to be increased growth in that area, because there also may be a reduction in the number of kids produced by each household based on the aging out of those kids. So all of that is factored in making determinations. And that's the work that the team is doing site by site within the overall Elk Grove Unified School District boundaries.
So here's a report. Area 4, and it has the elementary school, middle school, high school, alternate schools, GIS mapping software. Do you use that program in your analysis? Are you going to present it in a map format like this? And I was very supportive of that. And look at this visual analysis of this report which the high school students did.
Thank you. There will be
Hold on.
maps presented. The team does use ArcGIS, and we're taking a look at the original master plan back from 2015. So there will be a lot of similarities in how that data was presented. And as Superintendent Hoffman has already described, it's organized by our feeder patterns. And so that's how we'll outlay the data for enrollment, for boundaries, for all of that. So that's what you can look forward to in March.
Yes, feeder programs in my geographic area, those students that are living or going to be living in these low-income housing, multiple units, are not going to be shipped across the 99. My area 1, area 3, and some geographical areas, district areas that we represent, especially 1 and 3, I don't think we're going to ship our students, elementary students, across the freeway and have those parents go over there. So geographically, that's what I want to see, because there's geographical boundaries that affect enrollment. I know that for a fact, right? I study this. So what I'm saying, and that's another reason why, if you did not put in your scope of work that the analysis would be put in a GIS format, just like our high school students did, that's my concern. If you do not put it on paper in the contract scope of work, you're not going to get that report. That's why I'm asking that report be in this format. And you could do projections, 5-year projections, 10-year projections, and the infills. Geographical areas throughout our district, areas 1 through 7, have a lot of infills because of land. Like we said, excuse me.
We're aware of all those, and that will be part of the process.
And there's lawsuits that are, and discussions behind closed doors, where we're going to have low-income multiple housing. And so that is going to affect our geographical enrollment by elementary, junior high, and high school projections. So this, like again, we have the software here in-house. It's a very powerful program. And we should be using it more in these reports. And back to you mentioned a bond. What's going on with a bond and this report? Is there any
what Josh had mentioned is that is kind of what the purpose of a facility master plan is, has multiple and part of it is use if the district were to consider a GO bond, this would be an important step in that process. That's really what that is. Also state funding and priority, like when we start doing priorities. So that was the reference to the GO bond.
Doesn't commit the board to a bond. That's a different decision that the board would make. But this is a critical step if we were going to make that recommendation to the board.
Exactly. I'm very well aware of that. So with your analysis, you're most likely going to present to us a page or two stating that because of growth within our infills within our district, we are going to most likely need a bond to fund our facilities unit for future growth.
And we're not there yet.
But, well, we're there yet. We are there yet. I disagree with you. Sunrise. There's people in Sunrise are very upset with us because we do not have a junior high or high school in that area, elementary, a feeder school. And they're very upset with this board that we have not come to their expectations or their, that we said that was going to happen within a time frame.
Not true.
Oh, you don't think so? That's not true?
That's not true.
Why don't we have a high school there? Why don't we have a junior high there?
Not
We run out of money?
Not enough kids currently.
Okay. But according to our audience and our community, they said that we had promised that there would be a junior high and high school at this geographical area and such date. Is that true?
This board never made a decision on that.
Oh. So, this board, yeah, I believe, yes, this is a new board.
No, the Elk Grove Unified School District Board has never made that decision.
So you mentioned this board. So let me ask you this. In your presentation or analysis, are you going to do two plans or just one plan with a board support of a bond and also a plan that you're going to actually have to go and say, we need a bond to do this, to do the facility plan, the 2024.
We're going to present one comprehensive facility master plan for the entire Elk Grove School District.
Right.
It is a standalone document.
Right.
Later on, there could be consideration given to a potential GO bond, but aside from that, this stands alone and it helps provide vision and direction for our facilities team on how they proceed in the work over the next 10 years.
So it wouldn't be a facility plan that would include that a bond and also a facility plan that will not have a bond or
No, one plan.
Just one plan.
One plan, and then the district and the board will have to make decisions on what funding sources we have available to us that can be applied to it. And if there are additional facility needs beyond what we currently have, do we look to other areas for additional funding? One place we could do that would be a GO bond.
GO bond.
General obligation.
General, okay. Oh, I could, no, I should be laughing about that. That this master plan will.
Is that the end of your question?
No, I'm on page 7. Your elementary enrollment projections, again, I'm very concerned on page 7. I like those reports. They're very, can you put page 7 up there, please? So each high school, no, there was another one that actually had the elementary school data sets. 10? Okay. Well, anyway, on that one on 7, each elementary each school site will have this report like that throughout our
Right
district.
here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And also, what about the data sets for by race, by economic, foster youth data? Are we going to have that in this?
Not in the school capacity report. This is truly an inventory of all instructional spaces throughout the district. It really isn't it's not about a demographic for our students. We get that from other reports that we do, but for this specifically, it is all about capacity.
Capacity, but can we do that?
Not in this report.
Why not?
Not how it's used.
Because I know for a fact that different funding sources are designed for socioeconomic youth, low-income youth, and also English language learners. I know there and foster youth, disabled children. So we have those data sets. How are we going to determine in this geographic elementary school, middle school, or high school that we have a high population of disabled students, special ed students that need assistance, full inclusion classrooms, et cetera, et cetera?
So
We don't have that. How are we going to do a facility?
We have the information.
Here. How are we going to make that decision?
Asking
as a
questions,
board?
you never get an answer.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm the superintendent. I'm going to answer the question. We're doing the facility assessment piece. All those different programming pieces that you just rattled off are program funding. We're talking about facility needs. Now, program and facility need, those conversations are happening together. And if you looked at one of the slides early on the slide, like the third or fourth slide, that showed the drawing, this one here. So if you look at this piece here, enrollments and demographics, we're paying close attention to where kids are.
Stop. I'm talking about. That's weird. That's a demographic.
Stop. I can explain it to you. Okay, never mind. You're leaving, so
I'm gonna get some water.
when,
Okay, go ahead.
next.
Okay, next, Mr. Fortuna.
Come on, I'll stay here if you want me to stay here.
Are you going to pay attention during the meeting? So those are the components that are going to make up the master plan. Enrollment and demographics are an important piece of that, knowing where kids are going to be. The condition of the facilities themselves, where we need to make improvements on existing facilities, and then the education adequacy. Do we have the rooms built in a way? Current buildings, do they need to be modified for student need and educational adequacy? That could be special ed rooms. It could be other facilities, could be CTE. Those are all things that will be considered and put into the master plan. All of that will be part of it.
Okay, I'm glad you're here. What is demographics?
Demographics is the characteristics and attributes of the students and families that are being served by the district.
Okay, and what I just said is demographics. And that's what I understand and why this district is fighting not to put data sets, demographics in this report. And this why I don't understand where you're coming from, Mr. Hoffman, that demographics.
I understand you don't understand.
Is how many students, special ed students are at a certain school, how many students, all right?
That is.
And what's the demographics of the community? Demographics. We had those in our websites prior to, and now they're very hard to find. But demographics of each high school, each school site were very easy to find prior to,
The school accountability report card, they're there.
Okay, but
and
on the
site
website,
LCAPs, they're there.
Websites.
They're there.
Okay.
On each school
They're hard to
website.
find. They're hard to find.
Mr. Perez, do you have another question? I think
Yes.
the staff has tried to answer.
Okay, and then you're gonna have a site analysis, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's page 8. What is that gonna consist of?
That was
And
the, Yeah, that was the example that I had given, and I'll speak to this. So in the facility master plan, we'll have overall demographics to your question. I think I misunderstood it. When we look at the school capacity analysis, site by site, demographics will not be included in this. This is in particular the inventory. And so this site capacity analysis will be done for each site. It is a separate report informing the overall facility master plan.
One piece of information.
12, you said education specs, get page 12, please. Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying. What is that? What's your definition of specs?
Go ahead.
So you're fine.
The educational specifications in Elk Grove were just adopted in 2019. It was a really extensive process. Facilities ran, I think, under the leadership of Sue Bell and Rob Pierce. And what this is it's a lot of discussion of what each classroom and school should offer to adapt to new program changes. And I believe that Miwok is the first new school that has been built to those specifications.
And those educational specifications were approved by the Board of Education.
Board of Education?
You
Or
included.
Or this board? Okay, can you provide a copy of that, please? To what definition, what specs are?
It's the first bullet, provides kind of the general overview of what ed specifications are, and they are available on our website.
Okay, it's not very clear, like our reports are not very clear, and you have to dig into this learning environment. What affects the learning environment? The number of disabled students? Lots of things, right? Would English language learners affect the learning environment where they might need a lab? A language lab? Things like that. So
Okay, Mr. Perez, we can't continue to go on question by each slide. These are all questions, but these are questions that you could have asked previous to today's board meeting to get clarification. So can you please wrap up your questioning?
Page 13. What's the definition of, what's the criteria in order? May I have another copy of the modernization definition and of this also? What is the criteria of each site for modernization district-wide? And also, our last 2024 master plan, are we going to get a report on the whole 10-year period on all the facilities or district?
We have been doing that along the year. At the top of this presentation, when you were asking about the student interns, that's actually what they were presenting on, is a recap of Measure M and the projects that were completed from the original facility master.
Okay, that's Measure M. Great.
Measure M funded most of those projects that were in the original facility master plan. So they, in many ways, are one and the same.
This is the example that we should be doing each year, something like that, modernization, and also other funding sources. Besides Measure M, we had general funds that we use on different facilities. We had different variety of sources, federal, state, county.
If you look at that presentation, they're in there.
So are we going to have a report on this 10-year 2014, 2024 report of all what we have done throughout the district and what we have succeeded and also the shortcomings of funding? We were very lucky in our time period that we had a lot of funding and in this subject matter facilities. So I like to see the economic impact that legislators had supported in facilities for our district.
Okay, Mr. Perez.
So do we put pressure on our legislators, or do we put funding sources and pressure on our community to put bonds for this facility issue? That's the question I have as a board member that I have to study and promote.
It takes both.
Allocate at this level.
It takes both.
Yeah.
It takes both.
Yeah, so that's, and I need this report when I go talk to them. And it's going to be very shortly because there's going to be open doors downtown at the Capitol. There's going to be open doors in Washington, D.C. saying we need more money in general fund for facilities growth, not so much as bonds.
Mr. Pettis.
But as
Mr.
general fund. That's what my head is coming back. I don't want to burden our community out there on bonds. I want to have the general
Okay,
fund.
Mr. Pettis, Mr. Pettis.
Are you clear?
That is not part of this.
What the frame of mind
Yeah.
I'm thinking about?
If you do your due diligence and read the reports that you've been provided, set up meetings to ask questions, then you could be prepared and don't have to use this time to answer those questions. Okay? I need.
Okay, so I have that.
That is not, you are asking staff to take time away from important projects to fill your data requests that you can do online, or you can actually read the reports that have been provided to you.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Mr. Fortuna.
Here we go. Hey, here we go. These are the data. This is the history of.
That's it. Sit down, please.
And facilities out of district.
Sit down, please.
Want to talk about
Sit down.
Sit.
Yes, I can. You are being disruptive. Sit down. You are out of line and out of order.
I'm showing you my whole.
Mr. You are done.
No, I'm not. I'm not done.
Mr. Well, I will turn off your microphone.
Cut me off again like Miss somebody over there.
Enough. You are done. Mr. Fortuna, it is your turn.
Kristen, how and when will we be sharing the data from this survey?
So in March, let me back up. So we do have the survey. We're going to get to those slides here soon to share it widely, and we're encourage everyone to whatever platform you're on. Isabella, we're really hoping we can capture a lot of student voice as well. That survey will go through the first full week of February. I think it's February 9th, but I'll double check that. And then in March, so what will happen between February 9th and March when we present to the board is we'll be doing the analysis. We'll start to break it down by region. We'll do some board communications. And so you'll start to get that information through kind of end of February into March before we present the entire comprehensive plan.
How will the participants of the survey receive the information?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. We do have a site totally dedicated to the facility master plan. And after we do each, thank you. So that is the link to it. Anyone can go at any time. And so what we have in that first tab, the image to the left is what a facility master plan is. It describes what we mean by building envelope. Not everyone talks in those forms. The second tab says input, and that's how you get to the survey. And what we're doing as we have these community events is we're posting feedback. Usually takes about 72 hours to get some preliminary results, but the entire community and public can follow along after we have those community sessions. We're not doing real-time results of the survey, not until that closes. And then any presentation that we've done, this presentation, and then we had a parent advisory presentation back in December. We're including all of those on the website, so anyone could go back and refer to the materials that we're presenting throughout any of these input sessions.
when the data is available for the community, as you are doing with the meetings that are being held, will the fact that the information is available, will that be shared with parents through school site newsletters and or a communication blast?
Yes, so we've been working with elementary and secondary ed and the communications team. And so trying to spread and message as widely as possible, but also sharing that through targeted emails with principals that they can help disseminate, but then also through the Synergy platform or School Messenger.
Okay. All right. Can I follow up really quick on that? Can you clarify, you're talking about sending out both the solicitations for feedback and the sort of preliminary results are going to go out widely?
Yes, and so what that would be is making sure that we're referring everyone back to the website. That is where everything's going to be housed, both the solicitation, the events that are going to come, the survey, but then also all of the recap of what the results are.
Great, thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
And to add briefly to that, there's on the website, the intent is that there's going to be a summary of key district-wide findings. There's also going to be detailed school-by-school information. So if you just want to see what the key findings were for a specific school site from those various streams we've described, we'll be making that available to the public as well.
Okay. Do capacity numbers influence modernization recommendations?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be really honest with you. I mean, the capacity is the capacity. And then I think what we're going to be able to do with that, both as a facilities team, entire cabinet team, and then of course for the board consideration is what do we do first? We're always going to prioritize the health and safety, anything that's required legal compliance that we might be out of. And then we take a look at the capacity and what the needs are, what's most pressing. And then we go ahead and go through that prioritization process. So not a great answer for you, but it's honest.
Okay. Now, I hope this is kind of a difficult question, but how do capacity numbers per the building capacity influence recommendations for new construction as those numbers are aligned with the numbers that we use for planning for our educational expectations?
So many of our schools are built beyond the capacity that we actually load them to. And so when you start to look at the capacity analysis, you're going to see capacity at some of our high schools at 3,500. Programmatically, we don't do that. We don't think that is good for a school program or the best teaching and learning environments possible. And so then we have program capacities that we put into place. And it really is those two kind of the capacity analysis that I showed is just the data. It really doesn't, we get the program feedback from our secondary and elementary partners, and they are in special education, and they tell us this is what we need to run successful programs. And so it really is those conversations along with the data that would drive a decision to say, okay, we might not be over capacity because we could get 3,500 in this school, but from how we feel adequate programs are, we would be hitting this threshold that we would make that decision forward.
And there's a balance between straight capacity, if we filled every room to every, versus utilization. So depending on programming, some of our CTE programs, have large spaces, but they could hold 100 kids in that space. but because of the other things that are going on there, we wouldn't fill that room to 100 kids. So there's the strict capacity. If we were put up against a wall and had to make a decision because there was no funding available, no ability to build any more capacity, we might have to augment program and do less than we want to do programmatically to just fit the kids in a basic situation. But we're trying to balance those two things of strict capacity versus optimal utilization.
Are we going to get both of those numbers?
And how is that reflected? Or how will that be reflected if it is reflected in the final report?
I think that in the facility master plan, there will be a narrative of there'll be one reference to the education specifications, which refer to that. And then there has to be some district overarching narrative around how we drive our program. And that would be what we in general feel the best, how many students we need in a typical high school, or how many students we need in a typical elementary. So there would be a small section dedicated to those types of decisions in the full report.
Just a real quick example is a computer lab at our elementary sites. So we currently have a computer lab at our elementary sites, and the classes go to that room, and there's a teacher that does that work. If we were maximizing the use of facility, we would just turn that into a classroom. But from our process right now, and again, that could change down the road, but as we define it right now, that's an important room, and so we use it for something other than just loading kids into it. Just a simple example, maybe for the public as they're listening to it.
That's a great example.
Well, as we have a contract with the California Teachers Association with our district, we
Mr.
only have
Pettis.
23-to-1 ratio. So how can we go beyond that?
You're cutting into Mr. Fortuna.
No, it's a discussion between us for all of us. Relocatables.
Can we go to page 3?
This one?
Yes.
Thought it was page 3. Yeah, page 3. It's the one that has
One more.
what is a facilities master plan?
Back there.
This one?
Yes. In number 2, can you please give an explanation of what you look at, or what is school community needs?
Sure. An example of, in this case, school community needs would be perhaps the school program has a cultural component that involves an annual assembly where the entire student population comes together for an event. If the multipurpose room cannot accommodate the full school population, that would be an example where the physical space is not aligned with the school program in terms of community needs, because there's no space where the whole school community can assemble.
Okay. Now,
Another example would be the Franklin Library. So as a concept that you get folks come together for a community need on a school campus. So there's sometimes work and our relationship with CSD and others that might be something we do more of down the road.
I'm going to speculate here for my next question. As the responses come in from the survey, I'm going to speculate that there will be considerable input from the standpoint of community need for new middle school, high school in Area 7. So how if that were to occur, and I believe it's going to occur, how would that translate into all the parameters we have here for planning for new construction?
I would say that we definitely want to capture all of those voices. And so that would be transparent, built into the report. And if we go to this one, we also have all of those facility condition assessments and the principal survey. So we really have multiple data points that are triangulating it so we can capture the need and the priorities of the community. And we also have teams of experts, both site leaders who live at those sites day in and day out, and they know all, you know, where a door won't shut or open, and they're able to articulate that to us. We also have our team of mechanical engineers that are going out and, you know, pushing up ceiling tiles, they're getting on the roofs. And so we're going to factor all of those data points to be able to capture it. So, so we feel confident that we're not skewing any data one way or another. Please.
I would give an example from another project that we're working on where I'm going to use that word triangulate, where all of the input data sort of came together and revealed a key finding that the district, and I'm not speaking of Elk Grove here, another district did have a capacity shortage in a particular area. And as part of that master plan, there was a project defined for a new school in that area. So it's possible, we're not there in Elk Grove, but it's possible that the outcome of this process could be a project defined for a new school or expansion of an existing school site. Those are potential outcomes.
Okay. I don't know if my next question is going to be deemed not appropriate. If it is, you can cut me off.
We'll let you.
We'll let you know.
You'll let me know. The development of the facilities plan is a two-way street. You're getting information, you're developing information. The result's going to be the facilities, the long-range facilities plan. Again, and this is not speculation. In Area 7, at the meeting scheduled for January 29th at McCarvey, there is going to be a high interest in speaking to new construction. In order for individuals and/or the coalition, in order for them to participate as they believe they need to participate, they've requested information. Will that information be made available to them prior to the 29th?
We're actually reviewing the data to make sure we have all the questions. Some of the information has been provided in different, it's very similar to information that's already been requested. Some of it may take a little bit longer for staff to be able to dive in and actually produce it. So we're evaluating that set of questions. So I don't know that they'll have all of that information prior to that meeting, but anything that we can get to them prior, we will. And then we will provide a date at which the other information will be made available as we can put it together.
Okay.
Are you going to provide a BC on that issue to all board members? Board communications on that, those questions? I like to see those. Because I don't think Area 1 is not being recognized as a high need area. My district, Area 1, is a very old district, has old elementaries, whole old middle school, old high schools. And in Area 1, we need justice, parity. And I'm looking at with a parity lens.
Last question. And I ask this based on questions certainly that have come from me, from parents. And included in my question, I know there's going to be overlap to program. What are the factors? Let me stop there. Do we utilize available capacity as a factor in making decisions regarding the placement of special education classes? Or do we strictly rely on programmatic concerns?
It's a balance, and try to put and if you, the special ed report that we did last spring, and Mr. Riley and the team will be doing another presentation this year. One of the things that we're actually trying to make a little bit of an adjustment to how, because there have been times where we were growing so fast that we just had to find available spaces to put program, including special ed. Right now we're at a place where we're trying to make sure programmatically, are we distributing the different services that our kids need across the district in a way that we can get the services that they're entitled to as close to their home as possible, knowing we can't have every program in every region or at every school, but more than ever capacity. If a school has room, that's certainly on the table for having a conversation about whether we're going to add a needed classroom. So it's certainly, capacity is certainly one of the considerations, but we're trying to also be very deliberate about placement with regards to transportation, how long kids are going to be on buses, and how, if a kid does need to move from one level program to another level program, are they doing so at a relatively close site, or are they now going all the way across the district? So all of that has to get consideration as we're making those kinds of decisions.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get that on the record again. Programmatically, you have to have enough kids to be able to provide an effective program. But then we look at certain sites like a Sierra Enterprise, a McKee, and they're loaded. And that's why I was asking, the question with respect to, do we look at other factors beyond capacity?
Absolutely.
So, I have that answered. And this is my last question. The long-range facilities plan addresses really physical space, correct? And how do we address issues, or how do we address issues like parking, landscaping, and those non-building related issues?
So those all get factored in. I can tell you, one item that's trending are parking lots all throughout the district. And so I suspect that that's going to be something that rises to a priority 1 or 2, depending on if it's a safety issue or if it's more aesthetic. So in those facility condition assessments, I can guarantee that information is coming through. In addition to that, our principal surveys, that is also trending there. And so we are looking widely, and I should also add, not just at sites, we're also looking at district operational buildings as well. It truly is a full comprehensive study of the 68 campuses plus all of the support buildings throughout the district.
Yeah, because, when I look at Sierra Enterprise, that was a horrendous situation. And the district, as quickly as it could, did remedy a big part of that in the construction of the new parking lot. But because of the number of special ed classes there and other functions, the parking lot doesn't meet site needs, which forces people back to parking in the dirt, which becomes mud. So, and I'm sure you're going to get that in survey, but
Yeah, I'm sure if it's not already there, I'm sure it will come forward.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you talking
Isabella.
about staff parking at these schools?
Well, parking in general. All the parking is for everybody. It's not just staff parking.
Isabella?
I don't have any questions. I'll just make sure to work with the other Student Voice Council leaders so we can distribute information about how students can provide input and also access the results of that input. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
Yes, thank you very much. Cognizant of the fact that we're already 45 minutes over and you still have more presentation to do. I'll try to keep it brief. So you mentioned that the capacity analysis was coming. Or should we expect that before the full draft facilities plan in March, or is that coming with the plan?
I would say it's coming with the plan. If we are able to finalize everything in it, we'll start to provide that information, but I think it's safe to say March with the full plan.
Okay. And in the capacity analysis, you'd mentioned previously that there's a difference between full capacity and program capacity. Are we going to get all of that data spelled out in that analysis?
Yeah, and I think that goes to Mr. Fortina's question too, is we'll have to, so the capacity analysis will just be sheer capacity. And then we'll have some narrative on what our program standards have been that help us kind of see how those two worlds merge.
Okay. I'll wait to see what that looks like. But I guess one of my slight concerns there is if we're looking at numbers for capacity analysis, but then narrative for program capacity, like there's a disconnect there. And like, I want to make sure that we're looking apples to apples and able to see if there is a disconnect between the full capacity, if we are at program capacity, in some places, but not at full capacity. I want to make sure we know that we're there so that we're not saying, oh, well, there's still room for students. Like, yes, but not really. So as long as there's some comparison, we're looking at apples to apples.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think when I think of a narrative, it's more of the description of how it came to be, which is not driven through the facilities team or process. And the best example I could give is if we have a high school that has a physical capacity of 3,500, but we say that we load our high schools at 2,400. It's the best way. In the narrative, you're going to see that programmatically we feel that 2,400 is the right number. The capacity analysis will show that true capacity is 3,500, but we know we actually aren't going to have 3,500 students at that school. So we'll try to figure out how to reconcile that so it makes sense.
Yeah, and it helps to see those numbers in part because if we are overloaded a little bit where, and we're stretching the program capacity like that it should be a concern, right? That should be something we're taking into account when we're doing the facilities needs. So that was the only point on that one. The other question I had was how far out are we going to be looking? Because is this going to take into account our capacity needs right now, or are we going to be looking at an extended period of time where over the course of the next 10 years, say, this is how our capacity, our needs will evolve?
Yeah, great question. So this is the next 10 years in Elk Grove, and so the enrollment information will reflect that. I think Josh did a great job. Facilities projections are kind of like the budget. We know that they're approximately right, but precisely wrong because it's just based on what the assumptions that we have at the time. And so you will see that reflected. It's what Elk Grove did in the initial plan. We started this process because that plan was approved in 2015. We're in 2024, knowing it's going to sunset. We need to renew that. So that actually was the catalyst to redoing the 10-year plan. And that came out in an input session last week. 10 years is kind of a sweet spot. Some districts do 5, some districts do 15 plus years, but 10, you can get enough of the projects done and it's more of a finite time that you can kind of control that plan. So I think there was some intention with the original 10-year plan. We're going to stick to another 10-year plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Albiani?
Hi. I just wanted to point out, The 2025 Facilities Master Plan is available online. I'm actually looking at it. So you could just go to Elk Grove, EGUSD.net, Department Facilities Planning. And I think if the public has become interested in this process through this discussion, it gives you a good idea that it really is a nuts and bolts. This is what's there. This is what people said. It's very, we've done this once, some of us that have been here a while. It's very straightforward. And so I think we need to accept this is a very good fact. This is a finding of facts for us, and we work from these. And if you are, if you're interested in that, there is the place to look and see what kind of information is there. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation.
Ms. Chavez Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to assume that because we're running so far over time, we're not going to have time for the interactive segment. So I'll incorporate my priorities, my suggested priorities into my comments. But before I do that, I appreciated the detail on the folks who are being solicited for input. There were some in there that I'm not sure were included and I think are very important. So folks involved in the arts, right? Because there's a culture in education in general, but especially in arts education, that we kind of make do with what we have. So I don't know that we have adequately considered, and I know this is part of the work going on with the arts master plan that is being revised, but I just want to make sure both of those efforts are communicating with each other, right? It goes beyond performance spaces, a ceramics classroom, things of that nature. So maybe we won't be able to build everything that we want, but it would be good to know, as Mr. Cerruti says, what would it look like if we were doing it right? So I think those are the kinds of decisions the board would like to be able to cost out and consider. Similarly, people involved in sports, our coaches and athletic directors are some of the ones who really confront the crunch of space usage on our sites, particularly now that we're starting the school day later in secondary and everything's happening in the dark. So I think it's really important to get the input of those folks on space usage on our sites. And, technically not our responsibility, but we share our space thanks to the Civic Center Act. We share it with a lot of public organizations, right? So in a lot of places, maybe the elementary school cafeteria is the only reasonable place where the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts could meet. So to the extent that we're talking, I'm not saying we survey everyone who's ever asked us to use a facility, but whoever is coordinating those requests, that would be important to me. And of course, I have to mention the CSD, who's a really critical partner for us in our facilities use and their facilities use. It's very much a two-way street. So I want to make sure that we are asking for their input as well. So another thing that comes to mind, because I unfortunately spend way too much time in the school facility space, is that there are a lot of new demands on school facilities that didn't exist last time we were doing this process. Some of you mentioned facilities for transitional kindergarten, where the state government just said, hey, guess what? Those school sites that you created for this number of grades, figure out how to shoehorn an entire new grade that needs specialized classrooms. Good luck with that. We might give you some money in a few years, So it's not a surprise that that's something that our school sites are struggling with. But that's just one example. They've also said, where to begin? They've also said, new buildings above a certain size are all going to need to have solar panels on them, even though our district has made some investments to meet our energy needs, our renewable energy needs in a very different way, which is why we don't have rooftop solar. We've got an energy rate locked in with SMUD. But apparently that doesn't matter. So what's that going to look like on our campuses? Because especially if you put a battery in it, a solar battery might fit in a closet and it might be the size, they're literally shipping containers. And the fire code setbacks are 100 feet all the way around. So how you fit that on an existing site, especially, guess what? We have multiple meters on our sites. The middle school next to us, I think, had like 6, right? So just the space ramifications of that are mind-blowing. A couple of you have mentioned parking requirements. That is huge, right? Both for both for our needs and the needs of everybody who uses our school. So building code changes are already coming in saying you have to put in the infrastructure, you have to put in the chargers for all parking lots. And we already have a deadline to convert all of our fleets and our buses to electric vehicles. So what is that going to mean both at our sites and centrally? Just the demands on our space are staggering, right? Where normally we're not going to have an option to increase the footprint of 68 schools that are already built out. So that's one of my priorities. It's one of the biggest questions in my mind. How are we going to fit all these things on our existing sites? It's not an easy task. Another thing that is a priority for me is that our sites reflect the culture and the needs of their particular community. And this district has a really nice track record of doing that. I will highlight, I think Mac and Pleasant Grove Elementary for modernizations, beautifully done with community input. Dillard for new construction, again, beautifully done. Let's see. So I also want to, give a shout out to those members of the community that we know are giving so generously of their time, taking time away from their work responsibilities, from their family responsibilities to engage and inform us in this process. And, this is not necessarily easy stuff to figure out and be able to navigate. It's disappointing for me to have more confusion come from this dais, right? Like you should not listen to folks on this dais and objectively know less after that, right? So I think that makes your burden even higher, unfortunately, to continue to educate folks on what is the process that we're using, how, what are the constraints under which we operate in facilities projects. And I'll highlight one that's a big one, some confusion that may stem from today's comments. There was a lot of discussion of demographics, and those mean different things on the operational side of the budget than they do on the capital side of the budget. And the reason for that is that the drivers are different, right? The educational barriers on the operational side, the educational barriers to learning on the operational side, we know what those are, right? Those are poverty, those are the educational attainment of your parents, things of that nature. Those are not the drivers of cost on the facility side. It costs the same to house a poor kid and a rich kid. So while those things matter, when we talk about demographics on the capital side, it's really a very different conversation. We're talking mostly about age and where they are. So I don't want folks to confuse those things. And there was actually a good question about, how can we have student-teacher ratios that are different than loading standards? Because we do. Loading standards is literally square footage per body. How many people can you fit into there? And student-teacher ratios, completely different side of the law and regulation. So, I'm glad when people ask reasonable questions, and we love to educate folks and bring them along to the process. So thank you so much for this update, and I really look forward to hearing more in March.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of information issue. And I'd like to bring it on your record. We have an elementary school. It's called Franklin Elementary School. It's off Franklin Boulevard out there on Highway 5. It's been sitting many, many years. I was out there walking around, and it's deteriorating. We need, as a board, to give direction, not wait for direction, to say, hey, what are we going to do with this school? What are we going to do with this facility? What's the best? At one time, we shot down the plan to put special ed out there and bus them out there. I shot that down quick. So I want to make sure that within this next report, we have something planned for Franklin Elementary School out there. What have other school districts have done with Bacon High School, elementaries, and for that community, Franklin, that's your area, isn't it? Whose area is that?
All of ours.
Oh, yeah, it's all of ours, but Miss China's, that's Miss China's area, and she should.
I did my homework, so I know the answer to that question. It's already part of the plan that they're working on.
What is the plan then? Why don't I like to know?
As they just told you, all of these plans are in development. They're going to come back to us in March.
I haven't heard anything about Franklin. I've been here, like 2012. The last time I heard Franklin mentioned at this board meeting when somebody wanted to do a pull-out program for special ed in that area, and that didn't go well with our community or this board. So I like to bring that attention.
Thank you. It's been confirmed that is part of the report.
Mr. Hoffman here guidance what we want and sit down and talk about it as board members.
Thank you. Noted.
Not to wait for instructions because like his mode of operation here.
Your point has been taken. Your point has been taken.
Direct them.
Stop.
Do it.
Stop.
I'm telling you, that's it.
Stop. Thank you for your presentation.
That's right. That's why you operate.
If I could just briefly add at the end, I'm so sorry we weren't able to get to the time for your input. I would request that you could take the survey, identify yourself as a board member, and we're eager to get your input through that vehicle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation today, and I apologize that we weren't able to do part of the activity.
Mr. Chairman, I need some information. The seating arrangements are different today, and I want to know why Mr. Hoffman is taking the place of Ms. Chida's right next door to me. Is it a health issue?
Ms. Chidas Espinosa is being courteous to the board.
What?
Ms. Chidas Espinosa is being courteous to her fellow board members and sitting away because she has a cough and is not trying to
interrupt other people.
Have you not heard her coughing?
I have a cough.
Okay. Well, she's being courteeous and didn't want to sit next to you to be able to share. She wants to sit a little bit isolated.
Nothing other than a cough.
Yes.
We're not going to talk about ourselves.
And why don't
Thank
you
you.
sit over there by Mr. Bang's office? Chair.
Mr. Perez, you are out of order and you are being disruptive.
Well, I'm worried about my health and safety issue. If Ms. China came up to me earlier,
Your issue is you go beyond. You don't just ask a question. You continue. This is not
Ms.
a
China
pulpit.
came to me face to face, and I'm wondering about them.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I
we
offered
still
you a
have to
mask
get
because you were
to
coughing.
the community. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments from the community on this item?
Madam President, we have no Zoom comments on this item.
Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we do. We have one blue card. So our blue card is Heidi. It's for next one.
Okay. Recently, the district sent multiple FMP surveys to parents. You even specifically sent a survey to South Rancho Cordova parents, asking them if they would vote in favor of your general election bond, even though you refused to build them desperately needed secondary schools. Many parents within the coalition for more area schools shared their feedback and frustration with the district, yet I don't see any of that feedback reflected in today's presentation, so I'm going to read a few of the comments. One person said, does the district think a general obligation bond will pass on the upcoming ballot? We already pay for schools we don't have. Another person said, build the promised schools in the new neighborhoods. There is no need to bus kids around. Another one said, I would not support any bond measure when you refuse to build secondary schools in South Rancho Cordova. We've already paid into your bond without any return for desperately needed schools. Ms. Coates herself has ignored my email for several weeks, asking questions like, why can't you consider adding Cosumnes River Elementary in the elementary school count toward new secondary schools in South Rancho? Her original response to try to pacify me was that the district had already redistricted recently. This issue has nothing to do with redistricting. Consumnes River Elementary, McGarvey, and Sunrise already feed into the same secondary schools. It turns out Ms. Coates has avoided answering these questions from the coalition leaders for nearly a year. If the district has stated it takes 3 to 4 elementary schools to support new secondary schools, then why don't you first consider that McGarvey and Sunrise are year-round schools feeding more students into your secondary schools than traditional schools? You also have Consumnes River Elementary, who can feed into our schools, and you have a projected elementary school to be built in 2026. So when will you acquire land for our secondary schools? Why can't you acquire this land now? One excuse given by the district is lack of access and infrastructure to your parcels or building site. The city of Rancho Cordova has already stated that they will pay for the infrastructure for the site if you buy the land. So when will you move forward with land procurement? It's very interesting that you are refusing to be transparent with parents who are asking for basic data, yet it's clear you realize that you need the support of parents to pass your GO bond, or else why would you have sent us a survey? One thing is clear, parents in South Rancho Cordova were already upset that you refused to build us secondary schools. And now that you are even considering this GO bond without providing us schools, you have only fueled the fire. Parents in Rancho Marietta and surrounding areas are connecting with parents in South Rancho Cordova because they share the same hardships and frustrations that you refuse to acknowledge. So continue to ignore parents, but you should recognize that you are only going to create more angry parents, parents who are willing to rally together and actively campaign against any future proposed general election bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the blue cards we have for this item.
Thank you very much. Lunch break?
What I'm thinking is, I'll put it out to, do we want to do like 15-minute quick grab and then
An hour.
an hour to lunch?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hungry.
so I
I haven't had breakfast.
no, that's not everybody else's challenge.
45 minutes?
I'm going to make a
Mr.
recommendation,
Hoffman,
then you
can
can
you continue?
comment on it.
Yeah.
So I'd say take 15 minutes. We have the food is available, and then we can get on with, have the SEL presentation, done, because we do have parents that are here that we're going to speak on it. So if we delay any longer, it puts them out. So we want to get as close to that time as possible. And if the community would, oblige us if somebody happens to be eating a little something as they're listening to the presentation, it's not because we're not paying attention, but we're trying to get all the information in.
Yes, Mr. Pettis.
We have a lot of staff people here. They're entitled to how much lunch break? What's the California code or labor code?
Those are teachers.
Well, is that 45 minutes or an hour?
Those are teachers.
So therefore, I would like to have them be able to go out to lunch, enjoy their lunch and come back. And I think, and number two, we overdid this agenda item. That's an issue I had.
We
Steve?
didn't overbook it. You
Yeah,
just took
it over-
45 minutes of everybody's time being loud.
Right. Did you like my questions?
No.
Then you really don't care about
Okay.
our health and safety of our students and
We will recess for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I'm taking 45, I tell you. I'm entitled.
our meeting, starting with our presentation on social emotional learning update, and I will call on Jennifer Avey, please.
All right, good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Prior to turning this presentation over to our dynamic team from Student Support and Health Services, I just want to take a moment to reflect a bit on where we have been. So at our last board workshop, we had the opportunity, Mr. Cerruti started us off and gave us a complete detailed perspective on the history of the supports that have been provided to students through multiple decades. And from that, what we really concluded is the approach we're now taking is looking at the whole child. Following that presentation, we heard a great presentation on MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. And during that presentation, we really focused on two different things. In MTSS, we have framework, and then we also have a process. Our staff is much more familiar with the process, how you seek supports for students, and what we're really emphasizing now is that entire framework, which is made up of the instructional framework, SEL, and PBIS. Following the MTSS presentation, we did a comprehensive presentation on the instructional framework. We talked about the way we have defined that in Elk Grove, how we're training for it, how we're calibrating for it, and how we're supporting furthering the development in both teachers and administrators. So today, as part of that framework of MTSS, we're having part 2, which is a comprehensive look at social emotional learning in Elk Grove. And with that, I'll turn it over to Don Ross, our Director of Student Support Health Services, and Miss Katie Thomas.
Thank you, Jen. Again, good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing us to present social emotional learning and give you an update on the progress that's being done throughout the district. So appreciate the time. So as you're going to hear throughout this presentation, social emotional learning is connected to all of our strategic goals. It touches everything that we do. But we really, for today's purposes, are going to focus in on that wellness of all students will learn in an equitable and culturally responsible, physically and emotionally healthy and safe environment. So that's what we're going to focus in on today. So the objective is really to confirm and build upon your understanding of social emotional learning and to inform policy and budget decision making so that you have a good understanding of social emotional learning moving forward. And that's following that presentation format that you're familiar with. So we're going to talk about the what is social emotional learning? So we're all operating from the same understanding. Why is SEL needed and how does it support students' academic, behavioral, and social emotional growth, development, and their success? How is EGUSD implemented social emotional learning? And then finally, what is the confirmed progress for our social emotional learning? So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our program specialist, Katie Thomas, who has done a fantastic job of leading this work in our district.
Thank you, Don. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here today. We will start by talking about what is social emotional learning, just to make sure we all have the same language around it. But before we begin, I'd like to engage you in what's called an inclusive welcome. I'll explain that a little bit later, but our inclusive welcome for today is what do you hope, well, think about a young person in your life first. And then I'd like to know, what do you hope they will learn or be able to do to be successful in their future? And I'm told I'm allowed to interact with you because it's a workshop. So you can share with me. What would you like that young person to know or be able to do?
I'll go emotional regulation.
Oh, yes, me too. I want that for myself. Yes.
Rational decision-making.
Thank you. Yes.
To know that it's okay to fail or make mistakes because it's a learning process.
Yes, not just okay, but expected and hoped for. Absolutely.
I want her to love to learn.
Me too. Yeah.
To take failure as redirection.
Yes, inevitable failure, absolutely.
Understanding themselves.
Understanding what now?
Understanding themselves.
Themselves, thank you.
Be part of something bigger than themselves.
Bigger than themselves, their community, the world around them, absolutely. I was talking with a friend the other day and she was talking about a parent-teacher conference. She's like, just get to the chase. I want to know, does my kid have friends? Right? And that's just, I was like, yes, that's the goal, right? We want our students to know the academics, but we also want them to have these really important social emotional skills. So CASTLE is the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, and it identifies social emotional learning as the process through which young people learn to acquire the skills, the knowledge, and the attitudes to develop their own identities, to manage their emotions, to feel and show empathy for others, to engage in these really healthy, positive relationships, and to make responsible decisions. They divide it into 5 core competencies. Self-awareness is how I know and understand myself. Self-management is what do I do with that information? How do I regulate my emotions? How do I leverage my strengths? How do I access my areas of growth? Social awareness is how do I know and understand other people around me and the relationship skills I need to interact with them, the empathy I need to take, the ability I need to have to see their perspective, healthy communication, all those things. And then responsible decision-making kind of puts all 4 of those together so that I can weigh my needs and the needs of those around me, consider the impact that my decisions are going to have on others, and make a responsible choice based on all of that. So I will also note the outside blue circles. I'm not sure if you guys have it in color, probably you do, but the blue circles show that we have to work together with our classrooms, the school environment, our families and caregivers, and the community to support social emotional well-being. It's not a one person or even a one entity kind of task. It's all of us working together to lift this up for our students. So as Ms. Avey explained, social emotional learning is one domain of the MTSS process, but it connects to the other 2 main domains very easily. And so I just wanted to give you a sense for how SEL connects to the instructional framework. So last week or last board meeting, you learned about learning targets and success criteria. It is very helpful to a student's self-efficacy, to their belief in their ability to learn and grow, to have these learning targets and this success criteria. That leads to self-confidence. Also, actively participating with all the other students requires communication skills and positive relationships, or even actively participating in the independent work requires self-motivation, self-discipline, etc. Formative assessment and feedback, I think, need the strongest probably social emotional skills. I don't know about you all, but when I accept feedback, it takes a minute, right? I have to understand that we all have areas where we can grow. I have to trust the person giving me that feedback, and I have to believe that I can change as a result of it, right? And then student talk, again, just interacting during that collaborative learning requires relationship skills such as active listening, communication in ways that show respect to the various cultures and ways of being we have in our district. This slide is just gives you a few examples of how we might integrate SEL into our core content instruction, because when we're talking about what is SEL, it's important that we know it's not just a standalone subject. It is also something we have to build on to learn all of our other subjects. For example, in science, bias comes across a lot when making a hypothesis, testing said hypothesis, etc. When I'm talking about social studies, really understanding the perspectives of the different historical figures and how they contributed to something bigger than themselves, as Mr. Hoffman pointed out. In math, we have to be able to construct an argument as to how we reached the solution we reached and why we might have chosen a different method than the student sitting next to us. In English language arts, we have to talk about the characters in our books, and understanding their emotions, their perspectives requires that I have a little bit of understanding of my own as well. In physical education, this one's kind of an easy gimme, if you will. Our body and our mind are connected, right? We definitely need to understand the ways that we can move our body to help with our overall well-being, including our mental well-being. And then, of course, VAPA is also kind of a gimme because being expressive and creative takes a really big part of who I am and some definite vulnerability to show that person to others. All right. Now, SEL also connects to PBIS very clearly in that we set clear expectations for our students, very similar to learning targets, actually. So when we set those clear expectations for behavior and we directly teach our students how to engage in those behaviors, such as be safe, be kind, be responsible, those are SEL skills. And we're very clearly telling them what SEL skills we'd want them to show when they're in our school environment and rewarding them for engaging in those behaviors. PBIS is also very connected to SEL in that they both want to have a welcoming school environment. The goal of both is that we have a community of learners who engage with one another, who are willing to take the risks necessary for learning, to fail in front of one another, et cetera. So we really want that climate to be supportive and nurturing. And that's true in both the PBIS lens and the SEL lens. And even though restorative practices isn't one of the domains in MTSS, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the connections here. Restorative practices kind of lives in all three domains of MTSS, really. And the way that it lives in SEL is that I need to be a part of a community first. Restorative practices require that community. And in order to be able to be a part of that community, I have to have healthy relationship skills, right? I also have to have awareness of myself and how I impact others. And that sometimes I might disappoint others or anger others. And I can understand that that is inevitable in a community. We are all going to cause harm to each other in one way or another at some point in time. But if I have the social emotional skills to recognize that, I also can then use my social emotional skills to repair that harm. So I engage in empathic listening. I understand how others are receiving me. I engage in effective communication. I can tell them how I am receiving them. And then we can work together to support those authentic relationships. So truly, restorative practices and SEL just interlock so closely in that the skills that SEL teaches help us engage in that restorative practice community. So I'm sure a lot of that already gave you a sense for why social emotional learning is important, but there's also some research that I'd like to discuss. So in 2011, a meta-analysis was done of hundreds of studies, and they showed that students on average who engage in an SEL program at their school have 11 percentile points higher achievement than their peers. Meaning if I take a test and I've engaged in SEL, I'm gonna get 11 percentage points higher than my peer who has not engaged in SEL, right? Improved attitudes and behavior seems like a no-brainer, right? If I feel better about myself, if I feel better about those people around me, then I'm more likely going to have a positive attitude. I have that optimism that things can change even when they're hard. And therefore, my behavior is in line with what is expected of me because I'm not engaging in behavior to communicate a need that's not being met. We also have pro-social behaviors. Those are things like sharing, turn taking, all kinds of politeness, if you will, that we want our students to have. And then the study also showed, of course, that there's reduced emotional distress. And we'll take a look in just a minute how SEL connects to mental health. I do want to note that although that meta-analysis was done in 2011, there was more research done in the last couple of years that upholds all of these points. All of that can be found on the CASEL website, which is linked in your presentation for you. The most interesting point I found when I was digging into the research a little bit more was that SEL appears to have as great a long-term impact on academic growth as has been found for programs that are designed specifically to support academic learning. So if I have a program whose sole goal is to support academic learning, it has the same impact as a program whose sole goal is to support social emotional learning on academics, which is just wild to me. And all of this is necessary, better academic performance, those attitudes, those pro-social behaviors to realize our goal that every student is learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day, so that our students are college, career, and life ready, right? So those all work together. So SEL is also really important because a pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure, right? Wait,
That might be backwards, but you know what I mean. The more we spend on prevention, the better off we are. In fact, SEL has $11 return on investment, meaning for every dollar we spend on SEL, we save 11 on mental health. So that's in your research as well. I just wanted to show you that SEL is on a spectrum with mental health. SEL is the prevention. It is the psychoeducation, as a therapist would call it, that our students need to maintain their own well-being, to empower them, to give them the skills they need to navigate this difficult world. And they might have some intervention from their counselors, and they might need mental health treatment. Just like if I know that my body needs good sleep and exercise and nutrition, I still might have to see my doctor sometimes, right? So even if I have a self-awareness, self-management, etc., I still might need some help from a counselor or a mental health professional sometimes. But I just wanted to point out that we've been teaching PE, nutrition, health in schools for decades and decades and decades to help our students have physical well-being. And it's really exciting to see that we're now starting to teach social emotional learning so our students can have mental well-being as well. You might see the percentage points on there. I just wanted to point out, this is the survey where parents, staff, and students tell us how important different initiatives are to them. And it's a little bit flip-flopped as far as the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure quote. So our staff, our parents, our students, they'll tell you that 88% of them will tell you they see the importance in mental health support. 74% see the importance in social emotional support. And when I saw that, I thought, I got some work to do to figure out how I can help people understand the connection between the two. So I appreciated that opportunity. And again, we're trying to help our students be life and career ready, right? And so I just did a little job searching the other day on Indeed for jobs here in Elk Grove. And I thought, I wonder what I'll find as it relates to social emotional learning. And I looked through some jobs where you wouldn't necessarily expect to see social emotional learning skills included, like the automotive advisor, the insurance auditor. They just work with numbers, right? Why do they need social emotional learning skills? The anesthesiologist, like I definitely want them to understand medicine. Do I really care if they can chat with me? Well, yes, because if I'm at the anesthesiologist, I guess that's not what you're at, but if I'm having a procedure and the anesthesiologist is there, their bed manner, if you will, is important to me, right? Their attention to detail, that's a social emotional skill. Their empathy, their ability to make me feel safe and comfortable, very important. Same with the person who's auditing my insurance or the person who's giving me advice on the hundreds and thousands of dollars they'd probably like me to spend on their car, right? So you can see there's some skills that we need no matter the work we do when we graduate from our schools and move into the real world. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we've done over the years to support social emotional learning here in Elk Grove. Now I'm going to start way back when, well before 2020. And talk about the whole child. That is not a new phrase. That is something that we have heard time and again since I was young and since before that, I'm sure. Character education is also something that we've had in our schools for decades. Very similar to social emotional learning, teaching our students how to be respectful, how to persevere, etc. And also we've had a social emotional learning curriculum in our district for longer than you might think. It's called Second Step. I was a classroom teacher at Prairie Elementary back in 2006 to 2010 or so. And at the time we had Second Step kits in our schools. Those are social emotional learning kits that help us teach these different skills to students. It was simply a site-based decision at that time and not a district-wide initiative. I also want to acknowledge that adults have been teaching students social emotional learning since the dawn of time. James Baldwin says, children are not always great. I'm going to paraphrase, by the way. Children are not always great at listening to their elders, but they have never failed to imitate them. Every time I interact with a child, I am engaging in social emotional learning because they will learn by how I manage my own emotions in front of them, by how I ask them to manage their emotions in my classroom. Now we're being more transparent about that instruction, and we have specific curriculum for it. So let's get into that a little bit. The events of 2020 led us to realize that we needed to focus just a little bit more intently, or a lot more intently, on the social well-being of our students and our staff, for that matter. And so the SEL Steering Committee was formed. It first met in January of 2021. And prior to that, the recruitment process included asking positions from around the district to submit applications for their desire to be on this committee and their reasoning for their desire to be on this committee. The Social Emotional Steering Committee is a little bit different than all the others in that it doesn't have just teachers. It has school psychologists, it has paraeducators, it has folks who work in our front offices, et cetera. So all the different positions are represented from all across the district. And we meet monthly to discuss the state of social emotional learning in the district. Our first goal was to choose a curriculum that we could use the ESSER funding to buy specific explicit instruction materials for teachers to teach SEL. So we went through the pilot process of looking at a few different programs, including Second Step, since it had been around in our district for a while, and then a few others that we knew different sites were trying. And so we looked at all of those. We recruited teachers. We sought family input through surveys out to the families of the students who were participating in that pilot. And we got this feedback from the teachers as well. And ultimately, we selected a couple of curriculum, and we'll take a look at that in just a second. The summer we came back from COVID, if you will, I believe it was the 2021 school year. We did professional development around social emotional learning. We taught teachers what the 5 core competencies were. We gave them a few sample activities that they might be able to try in their classroom to begin exploring just some activities that would uplift the social emotional well-being of our students. We also then, moving into the last stop on your timeline, we also then provided that universal curriculum out to teachers and school sites. And we provided professional development so that they could integrate that curriculum into their world. We continue to provide professional development around adult SEL. Really important that I'm continuing to develop my SEL skills if I'm asking that of my students. We also integrate it with culturally responsive teaching, interrupting implicit bias. Some of the EPIC trainings that we've been to, we're able to weave them together. And then finally, we've developed a couple lately that help our teachers to learn about they're called the developmental indicators. So in 2021, California Department of Education published the developmental indicators, which are kind of like standards, but not exactly. So other subjects have a standard for kindergarten, first, second, third, et cetera. Social emotional learning developmental indicators are by bandwidth. So what can we expect self-awareness to look like in early elementary versus high school, and for all 5 core competencies? They also changed the name a little bit to transformative social emotional learning. So they could really uplift how social emotional skills can help us to transform our world to a more just and equitable society. All right, so these are the necessary components of Tier 1 social emotional learning. I'll start on the right-hand side with CASEL's 3 signature practices. You heard me mention an inclusive welcome in the beginning, and that's just a way that we make sure to start off our staff meetings or our class periods or the day in 3rd grade with making sure everybody feels connected. And then we engage our students in lots of participatory activities throughout the day. You heard about those probably during the instructional framework. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And then the one that's kind of harder for us to integrate is the intentional close. And that's because we're usually running out of time by the time class is over, right? But the intentional close is meant to help us just have that one last connection to tie a bow around what we've discussed during that meeting or what we talked about during that class period. So we send our students off into their next period or their afternoon life, feeling like they can transition from one to the next a little bit more smoothly. This is something we encourage everyone to use, from adults down to littlest of students, and it's a really simple way to integrate social emotional learning into your classroom. However, there's also 3 components of Tier 1 instruction that are a little less simple. One is explicit instruction, of course, directly teaching those 5 core competencies. One is creating that supportive educational environment that I referenced earlier. And the last is integrating SEL into our instruction. So I'll just go through those really quickly. The 2 curriculum we've chosen for explicit SEL instruction are Character Strong and Second Step. That's the pilot committee decided on those 2. And then we gave site leaders this rubric that you see here for how ready are you to integrate SEL into your educational world. Some of us more ready than others because we've been using things like Second Step for a while. So you'll see on the left-hand side, those are brand new folks who are ready to start, but have a lot of work to do. And then as you get all the way to the end and you're completely developed, you're advanced SEL school, et cetera. So Character Strong is the curriculum that's really good for newbies. if you will, and second step for those who are a little bit more intermediate. Fortunately, Character Strong is developed right along with us. So sites that were newbies 2 years ago and chose Character Strong to give them a really nice start to SEL that set everyone up for success, well, Character Strong has become a more intermediate curriculum in the meantime because they've made advancements right along with us. So that's really nice. Here, just the similar slide to what you saw before on the different ways I might leverage SEL in my content area instruction. I'll highlight one example that's not on the slide because you can read. But one thing I loved hearing was a math teacher who asked her students, think about something you had to learn that was really hard, maybe riding a bike, maybe learning how to ski, I don't know, whatever that community might be learning. And they asked the students to think about what that was like and how they persevered through that. And then she sat them down for the math lesson and said, okay, we're going to be doing double-digit long division now, and you're going to need some of that perseverance as we learn how to do that, right? And so just that easy 5-minute bell work connected SEL to math, which is one of the more difficult connections to make because sometimes we think numbers don't require social emotional skills. To create a supportive educational environment, the California Department of Education has published what they call the conditions for thriving, which are 6 different conditions, for lack of a less repetitive word. And we introduced these to our teachers during pre-service this year and helped begin the conversation of how do we create these conditions, not just in our classrooms, in our front offices, in our school environments, et cetera. And then the third piece of that Celtic knot that you saw was, that was the third piece of the Celtic knot that you saw. So integration, supportive educational environment, and explicit instruction. But this is back to the blue circles that go around the wheel, the importance of connecting with our families. Our Family and Community Engagement Office works really closely with our families to help them learn more about social emotional learning, and we interact with one another on a regular basis. They engage in positive relationship building home visits. They engage in a wellness series where students and parents and staff members are getting more education on how to support social emotional well-being at home. And there's a resource website where they can see all kinds of different websites and community resources that will lift up the social emotional well-being of our students. So that's the what, why, and the how. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dawn to talk a little bit about the confirmed progress.
All right, thank you, Katie. So where are we now with confirmed progress? And how do we measure it? And so just like every other program in our district, we have our program implementation continuum for social emotional learning that measures our districts and school efforts to provide instruction and support around social emotional learning. Our SEL is, or our PIC is divided into 2 categories, as you see up there, foundations and applications. And from that, we gather information using a couple of different surveys, our teaching and learning survey and our climate survey. And in the future, we'll use our student perspective survey to gather even additional information to bolster our program implementation continuum. So it's one of the ways that we measure it. Probably the biggest kind of growth within SEL is through our SEL providers. You may recognize we've talked a lot about our school social workers, our mental health therapists, our school psychologists and counselors and the role that they play. And many times, at least when I've been up here, I've been talking about the role they play in Tier 2 and Tier 3 with group counseling, individual counseling, but they play a tremendous role in that Tier 1 level. They're a support to our teachers as we get deeper into social emotional learning. They consult with our teachers. They collaborate with them on ways to implement SEL in their classroom because it's new and unique to our teachers. And so they need that support from these providers who have that experience that they can go to and ask questions. They'll do demo lessons for our teachers and talk about particular things that might be going on. So they're that continual support for them. And just a quick shout out to you. Thank you so much for continuing to support the development and growth of our wellness providers so that they can meet the needs of all of our students at all 3 tiers. So our EGUSD SEL vision statement, normally you would probably think this would go at the beginning of a presentation, but we felt like for 2 reasons it would be at the end. One, and I'll read it in a minute, as you go over it, it really captures the who, what, and how of SEL. So it summarizes it for us. It summarizes the presentation that Katie just went over. And two, it came about after we dug into social emotional learning. As we grew our own understanding of it, how it fit into the district and its value to the district and to our students, Katie got a group together, our SEL committee, and they developed this vision statement for us. So we mentioned an inclusive, I'm sorry, I do. I know, I mix it up. We've changed them. So intentional closing, so I apologize for that. And so I'm going to walk you through an intentional closing. So as I read this out loud, be thinking of the words that stick out to you the most. So in EGUSD, we practice and develop social emotional learning to co-create an inclusive school community where students, families, and staff feel safe, valued, and respected. In this community, all members are encouraged to strive to be self-aware, curious, empathetic, compassionate, critical thinkers who take risks and learn from their mistakes. As a result, our community will motivate individuals to pursue their passions and work together to create a just and equitable society. So, what stood out to you? Feel free to.
To create an inclusive school community.
Thank you.
To create a just and equitable society.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really like the focus on like how we utilize these tools in schools and communities, and then how those impacts ripple outward. That really seems like what you're going for here, which I really like.
Thank you.
I'm just choosing a different, but pursue their passions. I think giving the children and our community the confidence to pursue what they're passionate about and is leads to a better life, and the empathy to, we've talked about failing first attempt in learning, and to stop something when it doesn't work and move somewhere else. But I think you can't do that without some self-confidence.
Thank you.
Safe, valued, and respected jumps out at me, primarily because I don't know that we can accomplish anything else if we don't accomplish that.
Thank you. Yes. Right, here's a few of the things that we called out, which align with a lot of what you just identified. All right, and so with that, we will now open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. Before we go to questions, I believe lunch has arrived. And if so, I wanted to invite staff and the board to grab their lunches, because I know they've been waiting a long time. Is it okay?
It is here.
Okay, so staff, you can grab your lunches as well. So, questions, I will start with Ms. Chavez Espinosa.
I have just one question. Thank you for the presentation. I'm happy whenever we receive information about this topic. There was I can't remember if it was a BC or the last presentation on this topic that included the actual standards by grade, which I really wish I had kept it and taped it onto my wall, because it's the roadmap for being a functioning adult. Yes, I'm gonna have to dig that up. So my one question is, what kind of access do our classified staff have to professional development on this topic? I understand and agree with the focus on educators. They're the ones who spend the most time with our kids, but often we hear our kids talk about the impact of our classified staff on them. And, they may have time where kids are a little bit less guarded even. And this is such a cultural change along with diversity, equity, inclusion. It's not so much even what you do, it's how you do it and how you communicate in the course of your regular business. So I just want to make sure we're making full use of our classified staff.
No, I'm really glad you asked. We do include all of our classified staff in every SEL training we provide. It's open to everybody because we acknowledge just that SEL happens in significantly more environments than just the classroom. So we had adult SEL, learning about ourselves. We had culturally responsive ways of interacting with students, and that includes outside of the classroom. We had trauma-informed care. We have so this idea of creating the conditions for thriving, we had staff from all different environments because those conditions should be in place in no matter what environment I step onto, whether it be the bus or the cafeteria. And I think we have a lot of classified staff that come to our trainings because, well, first of all, because of the 28 hours that are necessary, but because they find interest and they find that they grow themselves personally, and they do have that special time with students that the teachers don't always get. So yeah, absolutely. We have a wide range of opportunities for them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this work. I have one question just on how it works. On slide 18, we've chosen character strong and second step. I was a teacher and we chose open court and we read out of the book, that was it. So how does a school choose each? Are they for certain grade levels? Could you just, and then how do we teach both? Do they have things that intertwine? How's that work with?
Great question. Yeah, each school had to choose one. And Character Strong is available TK-12, pre-K-12, and second step is available pre-K-8. So all the high schools have Character Strong. Most of the middle schools, I would say, have Character Strong as well, all but two actually. Likely because it's a grab and go. It's really easy to implement. And then we have about half and half. It was split almost down the middle, which was wild to me at our elementary schools, with about 21 having Character Strong and 23 having second step. And so the professional development is done by site. Of course, they get professional development around the specific curriculum they have. But I will say that both curriculum are connected to CASTLE's 5 core competencies. So they teach the same skills, just in slightly different ways. And we wanted to let school sites, as much as it's more difficult for me to manage 2 curriculums and not just one, it was really important for us to meet school sites where they are. One thing I say all the time is our teachers, our educators are being asked to teach something that they did not get taught themselves, nor were most of them prepared to teach during their credentialing programs, right? So we just wanted to make it as easy as possible for these first few whiles so that they can learn while we learn. Yeah, thank you.
Vargas.
No questions. I really appreciate this. I appreciate some of the strategies that you guys have talked about, which I will be using with my students.
Isabella.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I don't have any questions either.
Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I just have, excuse me. One question from your perspective. And the question is, in terms of the work that you've been doing, the training, so on, so what have you learned? Yeah.
Oh, I don't have enough time to share all the things I've learned.
Not for you personally. What have you, you're a provider, what have you learned through the trainings with respect to what we are and or what we need to continue doing? Yeah.
2 things, and I will just share with you that my perspective is both that of a classroom teacher and a mental health therapist. I have both experiences, and I would say that the thing we need most is grace. Again, I will say that this is a brand new subject, truly, even though it's been around kind of for a while, the focus on it. And a lot of staff members feel very nervous as it relates to supporting the social emotional well-being of our students, and rightly so. That's a huge responsibility. So the thing that I find that we need most and is most well received is grace and understanding. And again, just meeting people where they are and doing our best to help them take one next step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, did you have any questions about this topic, this presentation?
Excuse me I wasn't late. I took my 45-minute break, lunch break, and I'm here now. And I'm asking the board chair that reassign Mr. Hoffman over there because he's coughing, and I don't know why he's coughing today. But yes, you cough. That's why Miss Chidas came over here offering you a mask.
He was talking about Mr.
No, she was not.
No, I was offering it to you because you were coughing.
Yes, you offered me a thing, and I told you directly that it was Mr. Hoffman coughing, not Mr. Forcina. So can you rearrange my seat arrangement because Mr. Hoffman's not wearing a mask. I don't know if he has whatever.
I didn't cough.
And you gave courtesy to Miss Chidas to make room over there, but you.
Who was present?
You tell me who asked for it. So that's the issue I have right now.
Okay, that does not pertain to this presentation right now.
Yes,
We can
it does.
discuss that.
It's my health and safety issue. I'm talking about a health and safety issue. We still, who's that coughing?
I mean,
Okay, what area are you talking about?
This is the social emotional learning presentation.
Yes. Again, I look at all the issues through parity lenses. And does that person have would you?
If you feel uncomfortable, you can remove yourself at any point.
Oh, I know that. But you give me the same courtesy you gave Miss Chidas when that she has a space and Mr. Hopper comes over here and places. I'm just asking for parity, equal things. Yes, again, I'm always looking through the equity lens on funding. So what's our budget, first of all? On this subject matter?
That's not part of this presentation.
Why not? Everything we talk about is funded by either the federal government, state, county, city, and everything. And I have the right to ask how much funding goes in this subject matter. If you don't know, say you don't know. That's no problem with me.
put your hand on my face, please.
Excuse me. If you don't know, you don't know, right? Yeah, I could deal with that, but later on, please give me a breakdown how much we get federally, state, and by grant programs to a variety of mental health agencies or whatever, foundations or whatever. I like the total count. And then secondly, I like to know by area of service, area 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, how much of those areas getting? And what predominantly is the issue by ranking is the most need. Can you tell me that?
It's not part of the presentation.
Why
You
isn't
have
it?
questions
That's a
that
question.
pertain to the presentation.
Okay,
that was
we are going to be going back to the budget process, and we do this annually by ranking and priority of ranking by need. And if we do not have data sets in order to determine this, then you know what? It is like you're just rubbing, stamping, doing the same problem over and over and again. You're not dealing with the problems. Well, I know Valley High and Florence High have a lot of emotional problems because of the poverty. So are we dealing with that issue? So prove to me that you're spending monies or doing programs in these geographical areas of my concerns. And apparently this other board here doesn't care about those issues. I care about those issues because I live in those areas. I go back and forth here, and every day, here's the issue. We had a police arrest, 18-year-old Elk Grove Consumers High School basketball game.
That does
How
not
did you deal with
pertain-
that?
That is
And there's
not.
3 students, possibly.
Are we getting
mid students and
confidential
things like
student
that.
discipline information from the
do you
dais?
deal with those type of problems?
That is not part of this presentation.
Do you deal
If
with
you
those type of
had a
problems?
request
in your
for
program?
information prior to this meeting, you had the opportunity to ask for more information
did.
prior.
I
to-
did.
Prior
I
to
did.
this meeting.
Yes.
If you do not have any questions about this presentation,
Yes.
we will move on.
Yes. So I did. And another point of information, There is a meeting today, Department of Justice, Mr. Bunt, the chair of the Department of Justice, dealing with these issues, emotional students within the Sacramento County. And I called this morning, are we going to send a representative to Mr. Bunt, the Department of Justice, dealing with gun violence?
Not on the agenda.
Mentally things on this issue. We did not send anybody there. Well, I asked for some information, and it's going to be my way, and I am going to share that with my fellow board members. But are you saying, this board saying that this issue that happened at Cosumnes High School is not a mental issue?
It is not part of this presentation.
I don't care what, I care about my students' safety, health and
This is
safety.
not the time and place
This program
to
deal with
discuss that. No, this is not part of that presentation. Again,
No, I'm asking simply.
you've answered my question that you do not have any questions for this presentation, so we will move on.
You cut me off
Thank you.
again.
You have yet to ask an appropriate question.
What's appropriate for the health and safety of our students? Hard question.
I wanted to say thank you for the presentation. I wanted to highlight that I appreciated about modeling the adult behavior. And I also really appreciated the slide where you show the job descriptions, because I think that a lot of times people think that social emotional learning is extra fluff, and that maybe it's not substantive and it doesn't really correlate to real world. And so the fact that you showed that on the job description, I think is amazing. And I'm hoping and assuming that that is part of your teachings and showing that when you're doing the trainings or working with students as well. So I really appreciate making that connection to real world experiences. So thank you again for your presentation.
And do we have blue cards on this topic?
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to call first for, do we have any Zoom comments?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. And Mr. Vargas, go ahead with our blue card.
Yes, we have 2 blue cards. All right. And apologies and thank you guys for sticking with us back there. So we'll start with Charlotte, followed by Heidi.
Thank you for this opportunity. I want to tell you some experiences that I've had with SEL and PBIS. So I had a daughter that was bullied by 4 girls. When I reported it to the administrator, I was told that I had to have empathy for the bullies. Sorry, I have empathy for my child. That's part of PBIS. So the day after I was recognized for being a partner in education here, I had a student tell me to F you. Another PBIS SEL example. She and her friends came in when I was running a penguin patch. And by the way, our school allows 3 bullies to wander around the campus. Bindi, you know exactly who it is. I have complained about this bully since May. She comes in wearing pajamas, slippers. She torments the students. But when she said F you to me and started to charge me, that's an issue. That's a mental issue that should be squashed. But no, I had to put up with it. I had to put up with it as a volunteer. And if we weren't on campus, that little girl would have felt my anger. I am not a volunteer to put up with that crap. This is the PBIS crap. This is the SEL crap. And then one of her friends was forced to write an apology card. But look how she handed it to me, folded up, torn. And then this crap that I already know this girl, she doesn't even talk like this. If you all are going to teach these students to be respectful and do the right thing, do it right the first time. This SEL and PBIS is just a bunch of crap. And it's sad that these children have to go through it because the bullies are ruling the school. PBIS allows the bullies to run the school. And it's disgusting. Why aren't we looking at the thorns that are causing? These school boards are just flowers right now. But let's look at the thorns that are causing these problems. And while you're at it, look at the CAS scores. We'd rather do social justice than teach academics. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Heidi.
I think Tony Perez did say something important regarding budget. I think budget should be important, part of every presentation because you need to be transparent with the public. And I also want to point out that my daughter was part of a pilot program for social emotional learning, and I found out a year later at a district meeting. So that's pretty upsetting and just more proof that you are not transparent with parents and you did not collect any parent feedback because we didn't even know that you put our kids in a pilot program at McGarvey. But anyway, so your social emotional learning states that, quote, every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates, end quote. But in a meeting last year, Katie Thomas also shared that SEL is evidence-based to support students in core curriculum. This is quite interesting because the 2022-23 CAF scores for EGUSD provide evidence that SEL is not supporting our kids in basic core subjects. Only 51.9% of 6% of EGUSD students are meeting state standards for English, which is a decrease of 0.88% students from the year before. EGUSD CAS scores for math indicate that only 40.99% of students are meeting state standards. These scores indicate that students in the district are far from thriving in core subjects, let alone prepared for college. Yet, as one teacher pointed out to me, the district graduates students at a rate of over 95% in most cases. The teacher said, something doesn't match up. So I questioned, does SEL really support students in core curriculum? It seems to me that we should stop wasting time and money on programs that don't prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. I recently requested information from the district asking for fiscal transparency regarding the cost of SEL curriculum, the salary of the SEL coordinator, and the cost of site trainings at each school. And then I also have emails from Ms. Avey confirming the district purchased SEL books for every elementary site. So far, I have invoices for the district indicating that the cost of the curriculum alone was more than $400,000. I'm waiting for further answers from my other questions. I also know that there are hidden social agendas within SEL, and as I was provided access to that curriculum, and also Katie Thomas confirmed that in a meeting with me last year, and other parents as well. And also the books I've seen also confirm that you have social agendas hidden within social emotional learning. So in closing, I just question if you can accurately and honestly say that SEL really supports students in core curriculum, and are you really preparing students for college? Additionally, is the cost of SEL curriculum, staff trainings, and other materials?
Thank you. Your time is
justified?
up.
Thank you.
We can ask follow-up questions correctly. We can ask because this is not public comment on non-agendized item. Yeah,
Follow up to the.
would you come back up, please, Ms. Moore?
We typically ask.
We get, in our handbook, we can ask follow-up
We've
questions.
typically done that for staff presentations, not for public comment, but
It's not, this is not public comment on non-agendized item in our handbook. This is public comment on agendized item, and we can ask follow-up questions of anyone has made a presentation.
Clarification?
Okay, good.
Are you gonna ask for clarification or what?
Yeah. Question?
No, no, we never had this. This is like, this is like giving this privilege. I asked you for questions, I wanted questions, and Ms. Shines wouldn't let me ask questions of this. What's going on here? Double standards? Privilege? No way, man. I don't, this is ridiculous. Are you gonna allow this?
Mr. Hoffman, we are not in violation of Brown Act in doing this.
The item is agendized, and then if somebody asks a question, we can engage with the public during an item that's agendized. When it's not on the agenda, we can't engage, because people don't know that this is on the agenda.
Yeah, you can ask me.
So we can, because it's on the.
We never did. I asked to do that many times after the fact that anybody would speak. And Ms. China said, and you allow that to happen. My presence.
You've asked questions and wanting to respond when someone speaks during public comment for items not on the agenda. You can't engage that.
And the presenter has the right not to answer.
Can we move on with our new president?
Okay. Mr. Fortuna?
It's important for the board to always have as much information as it can so that it can review, program, revise, make changes as necessary. You made a statement that you know that there are hidden agendas in the SEL work. What kinds of things that we do as a district that are considered to be advancing hidden agendas so that those can be discussed?
Well, gender ideology starting at the age of kindergarten.
Excuse me?
Gender ideology hidden within the curriculum starting at the age of kindergarten.
That's an example of a hidden agenda in SEL.
Mhm.
That comes under the umbrella really of the social science curriculum as opposed to SEL specific. Are there other agenda areas?
Well, I have the curriculum that the district sent me, and Katie Thomas also confirmed that they start up on it in kindergarten and build upon it every year. So I'm just saying it's hidden within the agenda or within the.
So what is the hidden agenda, that we are advancing something?
I'm just saying how many parents know that, like, it sounds like a flowery thing, social emotional learning, but how many parents know everything that you're actually teaching their kids? I just think that you need to be transparent, and it's clearly not helping kids in core curriculum. So I just think parents deserve to know that.
Okay, thank you.
I thank you for coming up. I don't understand. I still don't understand what the hidden agenda is that the district is trying to advance through its teachings.
Okay.
I was able to check in some SEL books in the library. There are hidden agendas. I have talked to multiple teachers. They are embarrassed that their library has some SEL books that are inappropriate, age inappropriate.
But what is the hidden agenda?
They're pornographic books that we've been complaining about. They're not age appropriate. And if you listen to the teachers, they say a lot of these SEL books are not age appropriate.
As one member of the board, and I think you are familiar, as a board member, I question the appropriateness of books based on what I consider to be pornographic illustrations. But what is the hidden agenda? What do you believe the district is trying?
Have you looked at these SEL books that are approved? Have you read all the SEL books that are approved?
I have not.
Have any of you read any of the SEL books that are approved?
I have.
That's my challenge to you.
But I have a number of them. I haven't looked at all of them, but my question still remains. As a school district, what is this hidden agenda that it has? We can't address issues if we're not
Nationwide.
clear on them.
Nationwide, there are many parents that are against this SEL program. Nationwide.
You
It's,
still haven't answered
Yeah.
the question.
Mr.
What's-
Fortuna, I think you've given an opportunity for them to answer and to define hidden agenda. And yeah, I think
Okay.
you got your answer.
done.
So thank you.
that's fine, but
That-
I challenge you
that
all
is-
to read them. I challenge you.
That is all the public comment. Yes, sir.
Are you gonna allow me to ask a question?
If it pertains to this presentation.
Okay. Well, I ask the presenters, have they received any information regarding the materials? Either they are pornography, yes or no? Have they received anything stating that the books have pornography, yes or no?
From who?
Did you address the issue that parents and community members have come forward and stating that these books?
The board approved
And
the
Mr.
process.
Forcina
The board approved the
also said-
process.
Hold on, speed, that we're concerned about these books having pornography. Now, are they pornography, yes or no?
The board approved a process by which we review
No,
books.
About the process. I don't-
That's when that's when we,
Decision.
that's when we determine that. It's based on each individual book that's brought forward to us.
And,
Guys, this is not remotely relevant to what's on the agenda.
yes, it is.
No, you're bringing up something from
Because
2
they
months
brought it
ago.
up, doesn't mean.
Okay.
You gave the opportunity, Mr. Forcina, to ask questions. So therefore, I could ask questions and I want to know that.
The question is
It's easy.
no longer
If the
pertaining
community
to the presentation.
are the bottom line, parents in the community are the ones that coming forward back to us. And and it's supposed to be community-based decisions. And then
Board makes decisions.
And then we make the decision. But the question still is out there, do the books have pornography?
We have
No.
we have a process to determine that.
Apparently you thought, okay, then if you're saying, and these books are in the libraries, so therefore you support this board. I vote against it. Mr. Forcina voted against it. And since the rest of this board is stating that it's okay to have pornography and.
Not what anybody's
That's
saying.
not what this presentation.
That's not
is.
what anybody's saying.
I am going to go ahead and recess for lunch.
Lunch.
Do we want to do the consent agenda real quick?
Do you
Then we can go into closed session and then.
We have a public hearing and consent.
Yeah,
agenda.
the public hearing should go
Okay.
very quick.
Okay,
Levi.
I am going to move to public hearing.
Wait a minute.
This is the MOU between Elk Grove Unified School District and Amalgamated
questions.
Transit Union,
I have some questions.
Local 256 regarding comparability study.
I have some
Mr.
questions.
Riley, Mr. Perez, we have
Questions
moved on.
regarding-
No, it is Mr. Riley's turn to present.
State of information. Yeah, would you, state of information statement? Is this board,
No,
why not?
no. I do not want to have to silence your mic. It is now Mr. Riley's turn to present. Please,
What are you gonna present?
I will,
What?
if you would have listened,
The agenda.
we are
Okay.
on the next item of
The
the
other question I
agenda.
have-
No,
Who's taking notes? Who's taking notes? Who's taking notes of this meeting?
you are out of order, sir.
Oh, I want to know. who's
You are
taking notes.
out of order.
I want to make sure that they're taking notes.
Talking.
I don't think nobody's taking notes.
Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Madam President Jamerson, members of the board. The Elk Grove Unified School District and the Amalgamated Transit Union, ATU Local 256, have reached an agreement regarding the implementation of the comparability study resulting in a memorandum of understanding. Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the MOU, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review and subsequently approved. The EGUSD Board is asked to approve or ratify the attached MOU agreement.
I would like to open the public hearing and call upon Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments related to this item.
Mr. Vargas, are there any blue cards related to this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would now like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the MOU between Elk Grove Unified School District and the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 256 regarding the comparability study.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez Espinosa and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I would next like to move to the consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, are there any public comments via Zoom on this item?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Mr. Vargas, are there any blue cards?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Albiani and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now we would like to recess for lunch. The board will meet in closed session to address items.
Good.
The board met in closed session and no action was taken. This meeting is adjourned at 4 p.m.